Oh dear. Boo. Hello. Yes, I know. I'm late. I'm very late. I know. I'm sorry. That's not where I wanted to go. Man, this is what happens when I get fucking ADHD. Dog. God. What do you want? Huh? El Futis? Aren't you an old man or something? Yeah, time for that dumbass to come back in and just be like, typical leftist. Having someone yell Jew a bunch in your chat. It's like, alright, well, that's definitely not in reference to anything whatsoever. And you definitely understand the dynamics of this chat to not know anything about El Forus Netus, the fucking Alex Jones spammer, where he was just randomly yelling Jew, Jew, Jew for some fucking reason. It's so stupid. Listen, just call him 3 IQ. Call him stupid. If that dude decides to I didn't ban the guy. He was just stupid. I need you to look at my video about men fighting each other. It's like, why the fuck would I do something that's so gay? Look at men fight each other. Yeah. It's like, nah, bro. I'm good. I'm straight. Thank you.
Pepe, why are you gay?
Who says I'm gay? You are gay. We have some relatively not too crazy shit to talk about today, so, you know, us starting this late, not that bad. I just got a random boost of subs. I got like 10 subs out of nowhere. The Tim Pool video just caught in the algorithm. It just caught. A bunch of people came in. So, you know, we're at 366 now. Scott, it's Scott, dude. Which is nice, because it shows that the attack on grifter stuff does well. Well, some catch, some don't. It just depends on the individual that gets covered. I do want to do one on Nux. Mostly because I hate him. I do hate Nux Taku. He's stupid and annoying and really fucking dumb. You know, if I were to do one on Nux, I would do like a parody of the Jaden Animations thumbnails that he always would do. And I'd be like, we're tired. That would be so fucking funny, dude. Have myself like in a corner somewhere, like floating with the PFP with Jaden there. They're super tired. That would be really, really funny. We're tired. That'd be so good, bro. That'd be great. And it'd be like, I don't know, like Nux is doing his like soy face or whatever the fuck. His like what the fuck face or like the same thing that he copy and pastes for every fucking thumbnail on his YouTube. Listen, I have a creative process when I make my fucking thumbnails. That the most recent thumbnail where I make Prager. Obviously, I don't know how to use Photoshop. I probably should learn how to use Photoshop. I'm cooking there, okay? That's good shit. A lot of them is like a generic sort of template and formula. But damn, I was cooking with that one. I'm cooking. Listen, Ford, I'm going to show you this, even though you hate weebs. Weebs out. In the great words of Alfortus Netus. Listen, we have to do the Shchierbin reference, okay? I was taking too long making the fucking thumbnail, and I got kind of lazy about it, okay? So whatever, yeah. Little tufts of Payne's hair is just gonna be there, okay? I don't give a shit. It's still funny. It's funny, so I don't care. Lazy thumbnail. You're fucking lazy. Fuck you, bitch. Listen, no one else could have possibly thought to me. Breaker you. Dennis Breaker. Pain from Naruto.
Now I can't believe that Daho would make fun of my favorite streamer.
Why the fuck does Peepo Sad look like? What the hell is going on with my man Peepo Sad? I'm not a fucking weeb. You know what? Someone give Fordnet a gift sub right now to make him mad. Okay, we're gonna turn this off now. Shut up, music. Gift the Fordnet a sub just to piss him off. He deserves to be pissed off. That little shit. That little fucking shitter known as El Fortus Netus. Fuck you, bastard. You people look like a red box. Thank you, Boy Meets Mini, for the gift sub to El Fortus Netus. Now you can Daho W. Nah, that's where Ford's free Prime sub goes to Fawson. Yeah, fuck you, Ford. You deserve it, you little fuck. Foss. I can't say shit in the game. Daho Weird needs revamping. I can't believe you've become like a Nordic nationalist, Ford. That's kind of fucked up. I mean, that's to be expected, you know. You are Hispanic. That's a many such cases there, Boy Meets Mini, where the that the Hispanic would definitely become a nationalist. I can't see shit for some of your emotes. Well, that's because for a bunch of my goddamn emotes, it's just a random screenshot that I took with a shitty fucking webcam and just said emote. Boom. And that's the case for a lot of them. Anyway, we need to make sulfuric acid, and we're going to do that by making hydrogen sulfide. Now we have a... The fuck? What? What the fuck? Yeah, ban that guy. Boy Meets Mini, ban that guy. Kick some... Everyone kick some espers. Can we get some esper kicks, please, in chat? Can we please kick some espers? Yeah, you're going to Pazuzu. Yeah, I need some Esper kicks. Yeah, you know what to do. Hydrogen sulfide, huh? That gives us steam and sulfur dioxide. Okay. We don't have petroleum gas. Carbon extraction from hydrogen sulfide. Funnily enough, we could actually use this, but I don't know where we'd want to use this. Wait, no, we just mine carbon. We don't need this. This is what we want. We want hydrogen sulfide electrolysis. What we want. This. You're the only if I recall correctly, Puto, you're the one who made the Icket emote, didn't you? Remind me if I'm wrong. Yeah, you made Icket. I mean, you also made guy, I always forget his name because the character is shit. God, what was the name of that other fucking character of Dutis Putis? Of Clan Rictus. I always forget his name because he sucks. The worst of the Skaven legendary lords. Tretch! Yeah, we have like 3 absolute cinema emotes. The one made by Zane, the original, and the Tretch version of it. Yeah, we have a bunch of rat emotes. Mostly because it irritates Ford, so it's funny to me. Rats, rats, we are the rats. If everyone could just spam a bunch of rat emotes in the chat, because I know that Ford loves rat emotes. He loves rats. He's a big fan of rats. He loves the rats. They're his favorite little guys. Just keep spamming rats. It doesn't matter which rat. Just rats. I want just tons of rats. Rats everywhere. I need more rats. Yeah, well, that's one of my favorite emotes. The shaken rat. I love that shit. It's so good. Love the rat shake emote. So good. Rat has become brat. That's true. Listen, Ford, I haven't forgotten about how we would sit together in Hassan's VC, okay? And you would just watch me play Total War Warhammer 2. I have not forgotten. Alright, okay, Alex, you know what? Too far, poo-poo. Fucking Dabubu posting? Huh? Okay, too far, poo-poo. Boy meets me, you know what to do. You know what to do. I'm just saying. Man, I thought this recipe would be interesting, but this recipe is fucking dog shit. It's just a terrible fucking recipe. You will, like, we're gonna have to send your over. We're sending you to Pazuzu. You are being sent to Pazuzu. Oh, you think you can just Pepe post your way through this? Yeah, I don't think so. Which recipe was I using again? I don't remember. There's multiple hydrogen sulfide fucking recipes. The sulfur dioxide... No, it wasn't this one. It's this one. Hydrogen sulfide electrolysis. That's the one we want. We want the normal sulfur, because that will... The water we're probably just going to burn off. I'm not routing that shit back in. How much sulfur does this make? Quite a bit, actually. How much hydrogen sulfide do we make? Not a lot. Not a lot of hydrogen sulfide. That's okay. Efficiency modules are always good. It's probably all we're going to get away with. It's already 320 as is. If we give them this, that blocks off that. So we just do this instead. And then we send Alex to Pazuzu. What? Who said that? It wasn't me. Yeah, we definitely do not have that much hydrogen. This makes a lot more water than I thought it would. I think we're just not going to have a beacon for this. I think we're just going to raw dog it. Because this is enough. So, yeah, we're just going to raw dog it, I think. Just do this. That's enough, honestly. We don't need the hydrogen sulfide for really much of anything else. Not building a beacon here feels so strange. And we're just going to make sulfuric acid the good old way. The original recipe. This is how we're going to make it. Because there's a whole thing where we'd have to kickstart it normally with sulfuric acid. Nah, fuck that. We're just going to skip all that shit. Not intended, but the other way is too much of a pain in the ass, so I don't feel like it. The only other thing we need to take care of now is all of this water. So, all this water, huh? Just make a really long pipe to route it all back in? Sure. And then we have that shit enter like so. So? Yeah. 6,000 water per second-ish. I mean, we don't need this going on for forever, so this should be fine. Yeah, we'll be fine. If not, well, I don't know. Blame El Fortus Netus or something. As customary. Bastard. No! Smile. Now! You should... Now! Just leaves leaves it all blank on purpose. Yeah, this is enough. You should shit yourself now. What? Who said that? Huh? Huh? Sulfuric acid. What kind of fucking puto shit are you saying right now, oh putis mutis? Fucking says this cringe ass Forsen enthusiast. Yeah, okay, Forsen boy. Fuck you, Forsen. Imagine being a bias. Couldn't be me. I'll be honest. Would never be me. I got a lot of videos on it. Bananas Hunter leaving the left arc. I mean, we knew that was happening already, right? I mean, she unironically, like, Happy Merchant posted. So, I mean, you know. I think her brain might be kind of cooked. I don't know, Alex. I think Anna Kasparian might be getting a little too white girl wasted. Just a little too white girl wasted. Just a little bit. You know? She's leaving the right? Okay, now that I'm curious about. Okay, now you've piqued my interest. Okay, you lost me for a second there, but now you've gotten my interest again. Was lost there for a second, but, you know, it's been regained now. She's leaving the right now. She's being like Ford, who is also leaving the right. Gotcha. Okay. Very good to know. Because as we all know, El Fortus Netus is one of the biggest right-wingers on the planet. Obviously. He is a Forsen sub. Pepe. Think she may have just failed at grifting? Okay. I think with Anna Kasparian, it's probably a little complicated, right? What's effective now on the right wing, right? They are very stupid, very misogynistic, very, very homosexual, very gay. They hate women, obviously. Many such cases. They were never... Yeah, she also Happy Merchant posted. Don't forget that. Her sort of whole shtick is basically... Woe is me, look at the left. I'm getting so much better treatment on the right. You know? Typical, like, white woman, liberal fucking bullshit, okay? We love women. Yeah, so typical white woman, white girl wasted, you know, bullshit like that. Okay? Unfortunately...
The American people are tired of women.
The American people are most certainly tired of women. This is true. Here's the thing with the right, and probably what kicked her in the nuts, you know, the theoretical nuts, was the fact that of just how ridiculously sort of, I was gonna say Freudian. Well, yeah, Freudian, and like cruel, I suppose, the behavior that Renee Nicole Good is getting, specifically because of the far right with their own psychosexual fucking problems that they always have, projecting it onto, well, Renee Nicole Good, and just being gay derogatory about her specifically. Alright, it's vanadium oxide. So we all know that the right will shit and fart their pants and piss and cum and shit everywhere, okay? Because they are stupid little bitches. They hate women. We know this. They hate themselves about as much as they hate women. These are all known these are all facts, by the way. And, you know, as a result, because of their own sort of insecurities, specifically about white women, especially non-conformist white women, which Renee Nicole Good is, you know, is a mother with a wife, raises multiple kids, blah, 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 blah. The right gets very inherently triggered by that, and as a result, they have to lash out and have, like, their own, like, fucking delusions and problems with that. Essentially, what I'm saying is, the right wing is basically mad because of how really Nietzschean, not Nietzschean, that's incorrect, how Freudian they are, and they project their own mothers onto specifically Renee Nicole Good. It's, you know, listen, Sigmund Freud would have a great time analyzing the current right wing. And we all know secretly that El Fordus Netus is also very Freudian. Can we get an amen? Can we get a real and true? That secretly, the Fordnet is a big fan of Sigmund Freud. He loves Sigmund Freud. I love Sigmar. Wrong guy. That's not the right guy. Blessed Sigmar. Sigmar! Alright, AOS loser. Fucking shut the fuck up, loser, idiot, dumbhead. We get it. You have better models than everyone else. So you want to be a fucking, like, loser-ass bitch about it. We get it. We get it. Fuck you. I think Boy Meets Mini is way too cringe to understand anything about Warhammer. Okay, so we need calcite to make one of the next things we need, and that's well, the quicklime. So we need calcite because we need to make the vanadium. Oh, wait, we have everything we need to make the vanadium oxide catalysts. We're gonna make those now. This does not consume a lot. Okay. Cool. So how about if we just do my standard? Because obviously we do not produce a lot of sodium hydroxide. We need that for science. First time I'm hearing about... Ford, post the YouTube clips. You know what to do. He has no idea about... He has no idea about Sigmar. You know what to do. This Putius needs to be educated. What do we need for the science pack again? It's really quite a bit of sodium hydroxide. Puto, you know what to do. It's actually not terrible. 4 per second. Okay, that's not bad. Let's make a couple of these. $121 sodium hydroxide. Well, you do not produce a ton of sodium. I'm sensing a potential problem here. It seems like sodium hydroxide is going to be a pretty big bottleneck. You know, that could be a bit of an issue. We probably need a lot more sodium hydroxide. We're gonna also need a lot more salt, which means we're gonna have to start burning off the excess ethylene, which is not a problem. But yeah, El Fordus Netus, you know what to do about Boy Meets Mini and his blaspheming against Sigmar. I give Ford full authority to teach Boy Meets Mini a lesson. Did he post a video? What video is this? Salt-inspired dice from Sugmar. What the hell? Alright. Shut up. Sugmar, huh? Oh, blessed Sigma.
Master Dwarf, have you ever heard of Sugma?
No, Grimgy. What is Sagmar?
Sugma deck.
That's going in the book. You fucking mods. Ban Ford for being a bitch. You know what to do. What's like a Chilean cultural import export? What does Chile even do? Ban that. What is Chile even known for? Copper? Wines? I'm talking about like cultural figures. A lot of fruits. Fruits you say, huh? Yeah, ban Ford for being a ban Ford for I don't know, being a fan of Pinochet. Yeah, but Ford's definitely doesn't give a fuck about Pedro Pascal, okay? He doesn't give a fuck about that shit. He's like a loser. Like I am. And obviously we have the already superior Pedro. We have Pedro the raccoon, okay? We love Pedro. Look at him. Look at him spin. Look at him spin in his little circle. He's great. He spins in a little circle. He's very good. Look at him go. What are you fucking talking about, dumbass? What is your fucking puto looking head ass fucking complaining about now? What is your elf putoness complaining about now? I need more catalytic chemical plants. Like, I understand that you just want to be like, oi. Oi. Chile made a deal with India on copper. Basically, previously only selling copper to the US. They finally took the tariffs away on Chilean copper, but the deal with India didn't all of a sudden go away. That's funny. Yeah, I do have to say, all the posts about the all the posts about Mark Carney having the mandate of heaven is very, very good. Well, I mean, you know, I mean, we all know that Trump is not very intelligent. He's very stupid, and he has people in his ear telling him very stupid things. It is what it is. Maybe secretly Ford is actually an agent of the deep state of America. Maybe I think Ford secretly gives advice to Donald Trump. Ford, are you the shadow president, Ford? I think Ford's the shadow president. Why are you saying why are you saying I'm getting fucked by this? Good. Fuck the United States. They're dumb and cringe, and I hate them. Everyone should hate the United States of America. They are the great Satan.
I say motherfuck America, motherfuck America's mother, motherfuck America's dad.
Yeah, the great Satan. Not with the deal we just made with the Chinese. We're now separating ourselves from the Americans, puto. We would have been fucked initially, but not anymore. El dutis futis putis mutis. We're probably gonna be okay now. Mods. Ban Ford. Perman. I want to see nothing but his remains. Ban Ford for being El Putanya. I want to see nothing but shrapnel. I want to see nothing but scraps. Bro has no idea what he's talking about. He's fucking puto posting. We got a fucking puto poster, puto posting. Take out the puto. Damn. You just got called the son of a bitch, probably, or something. I don't know. Although it would be really funny if Ford didn't understand what that meant, because differing dialects. That'd be funny. Why is this illegal alien talking in chat? That's crazy. We're gonna deport him. Deported. Alright, boys. We're gonna move in. We're gonna deport Boy Meets Minnie. His ass is grass now. Finally, we have an excuse to get this son of a bitch. Alright, boys. Go get him. Fuck you, Boy Meets Minnie. You're a bastard. I think it might be time for me to make a bit of a mall. Deported. You're getting deported to a gulag. Sending you to a gulag, Boy Meets Minnie. You're fucking cooked now, buddy. It's over. It's over. Get deported. Oh, wow. This is actually 1-to-1. 18.24. 9.12. Wow. Wow. 1-to-2. Wow. Wow. Yo. Language fight. Language fight between a Hispanic and a non-Hispanic. Language fight. Well, Boy Meets Minnie's getting deported. It's over. It's over. That's kind of fucked up, Ford. Why are you being such a putanya? Because you have skill issue? Mods? Alright, I've had enough of this son of a bitch. You know what to do. Fire the Hammer of Dawn at his house. You know what to do to this fucking
Do you see
piece of shit.
now all this murder and you still aren't based? Let me tell you something important, Raiden. You're a normie and a beta male cuck.
Fucking says El Putanya over here. This cringe idiot stupid head. This El Dutis Mutis over here. Literal Team Papaja over here. Saying this stuff.
It's cringe or be cringe, Jack.
Yeah, but the problem is, Ford, is that you are just cringe. Dab, got him. That's the problem with you, Putanya. You're just cringe. You're cringe. 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 You're cringe. 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 No, that just makes you cringe. Everyone, point at Ford and just say he's cringe. Cringe. Cringe! Oh yeah, yeah, listen, if Esper does open its ears and you're dead. Alright, Alex, we're sending you to Chile in order to open your ears and then make everyone's head explode. You understand the assignment? You are going to make people's heads explode, okay? Nah, send it to Peru first. Ford is being racist again. No, this is some definite Chilean racism. This is a Chilean racism moment. I'm making a bet. Ford, are we being racist? Alright, I need them all. This is a deep cut. Well, if Ford were to explain it, basically Chileans are seemingly racist against everybody, which is why they voted in a Nazi. So, you know, am I right in this, puto? Is it because just Chileans are racist against everybody? Nah. Oh, okay, so this is your own personal racism. Okay, that makes sense too. Never mind, this is just Ford being racist. Ford, are you being racist? Okay. Never mind, it's because Ford's racist. Alright, everything's back to normal. When I'm not. Ford, you're just racist. There's no ifs, ands, or buts, you're just racist. We understand why. How could you not be? You are el fortus netus. You're the biggest putius maximo on the planet. Yeah, your Communist Party seems a little incompetent, but just a little bit. Who the fuck are Jara? I'm gonna assume they're probably shit. Both were shit? That's true. We need train signals and shit. So we're gonna make a bunch of those. Because we will need some trains. We're gonna need a couple of trains. Always need lamps. I don't need combinators. Probably not. Until we need combinators. Other shitters we might need to make. Oil refineries would be nice to have on hand. Same with pump jacks. Barreling machines. Pumpius Jacus. Heating towers. Which means we need heat pipes and boilers. Which means we also need stone. Fucking furnaces of all the fucking things. Heat pipe. We need heat exchangers. So they're gonna need to make some copper plates. Cringe. This is true. Melee is a schizo. That's a real and a true. And this is actually based. Ford knows that that's actually based. Because he too, like everyone else, is a schizo. Aren't you, El Fortus Netus? Don't think there's anything else I need built in this mall. No. No. I don't know what you're talking about, Alex Roivas, you son of a bitch. I'm clearly the most magnanimous leader on the planet ever seen before. And it looks like we're gonna have to take a look at your immigration papers. We may have to start taking a look at a few things. Now, I'm not saying anything in particular that's too crazy, am I right, folks? But, you know, we may have to take a look at a couple of things here. Where's your papers? My name is Donald J. Trump, and I am a fucking loser. My name is Donald J. Trump, and I approve this message. I can see shit in the mist. Ford can't see shit in the mist. Sticks. What the fuck are you talking about, El Fordus Netus? What are you fucking bitching and complaining about? Hey! Fuck you. You're cringe.
Cope and seethe, Jack.
You're cringe and I hate you, and no one likes you, and you're stupid and you're dumb and I hate you, and you're stupid and you're dumb and I hate you, and you're stupid and you're dumb. I will play all the Warhammer games. If there's a Warhammer game, I'm playing it. I'm gonna play it. I'm gonna be playing it. Which means I need to finish. I need to beat Mechanicus 1. Mechanicus 1. I need to beat it. We need to play that game. I need to play that game. I need to play Mechanicus. Just don't have stone brick yet. Just like that, we now have modicum of supplies. Yeah, we'll see how Dawn of War 4 is. We'll see. Hopefully Dawn of War 4 is good. Because 3, from what I understand, was absolute fucking doo-doo bupkis. Literal fucking dog shit. Well, then we just have to wait and see, putias. Just have to wait and see what happens, El Putis Mutis. Lovely. Supplies complete. Now we can continue to work in peace. As if nothing happened. Okay, so some of the stuff that we really need to take care of now are stone and a bunch of other bullshit. Now that we have our ability to burn away a bunch of bullshit. Pumpas. Pumps, 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 pumps. Ethylene. If it's greater than 95,000, pump that shit. Don't need a ton of these. Yeah, we'll be fine. We just need to make sure the salt is flowing. More importantly. We gotta make a deal with the Rakkus. We can't let them have a nuke. Be really bad, folks. Be bad news for us, specifically. We gotta make a deal with the Rakkus. Oh, you're leaving, El fucking Blutis? Yeah, get out of here. Fuck you. Smile.
Ah, shit. Here we go again.
Okay, Blutis, I see how it is. Mods. Tuck Ford, good. Tuck Ford into bed. Say goodnight to Ford.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line. Get that through your goddamn fucking head.
That's crazy. Can't believe you would say that. I can't believe that you would say that slur about El Fordos Netos. That's kind of fucked up, I can't believe you'd say that slur. Well, I'm gonna have to report you to the Twitch head moderator team. Maybe you'll make like a schizo video like that fucking DGG loser stale 2000. Dude, imagine being that much of a power tripping fucking loser like that guy. Jesus Christ, bro.
Reddit moderators are all celebrities.
Jesus. He's like, it's like perfect phenotype of a fucking Reddit mod as well. It's so good. Shut up, Boy Meets Mini. You're not a fucking conservative, okay? You're too gay to be a conservative. AKA, you're ace, which means you're gay in the minds of all these dumbasses. Shut up. Shut up, Globo Homo. Real conservatives would hate you, because you're cringe. Because they're all repressed homosexuals. And them wanting to go after gay people is a projection of their own insecurities. They want to be gay so badly, but they don't want to face any of the consequences amongst their, like, 3 IQ political movement for being gay. Also, they know that if they are gay, they'll have relevance in terms of culture. And we all know how fucking desperate these people are to have some form of relevance in culture consistently. If anything, it's desperate cries of help from conservatives. Let's be honest here. They're just so desperate to be gay. It's just like, okay, then just be fucking gay, dude. Jesus. If you want to be fucking gay, no one's gonna give a shit if you're gay. Except for, like, the weirdos that you've decided to shack up with. Well, that's a fucking you problem at that point. It's like, well, that's not That's not the left's fault. That's a you problem. Personal fucking responsibility. Fucking dumbasses. Alrighty. Let's see, we need plastic and vanadium oxide. Well, we have both of them right here. Boo-doo-boo-doo-doo-doo. I don't know if we need more vanadium oxide. I think we do. Well, there's the vanadium oxide catalysts that we need. Okay, now we need vanadium dust, which means that's another whole fucking production cycle we have to go through. And then we can make vanadium plates with the vanadium dust. After going through a long process with calcium. Jay Aubrey doing a vid on clavicular based. Personally, all I know is that clavicular does meth as a part of his looks maxing routine, and I think that's really funny. Dude, IRL stream. Okay, peep this fucking lineup: clavicular, Sneeko, Andrew Tate, and Nick Fuentes. Sneeko, whatever happened to rejecting the fucking red pill? What happened? I can only imagine the smell. The kids created a one-to-one map of Minneapolis and Roblox and held protests there, but the moderators saw this and removed the ability to speak, so they all made signs instead. That's very funny and kind of based. You know, honestly, maybe the kids will be alright. And every time I say, you know what, maybe the kids will be alright, then they still turn out to be like a bunch of dumbass dipshits. So I don't know what to believe. I keep saying and trying to be optimistic and saying like, you know what, maybe the kids will be all right, and then they're just like, actually, we want Nazism. It's like, all right, well, maybe the kids are actually all right. Seriously? Yep. There's a TikTok about it. It's kind of insane. Turns out people really hate the current administration. Maybe the kids will be alright. Man, now we have to go through another entire production chain. We also need stone. And this is the only good patch, so we need a train. I also want to make a train, yeah, for natural gas. Because we are somewhat low. Yeah, we need natural ass. And I see the perfect spot to get a lot of natural ass. Huh? Huh? Daho, why would you say that? I need your help with something. I need some landfill. Ferric chloride, huh? Now, what does ferric chloride do for us then? With iron plate and chlorine, we get ferric chloride. Okay. Okay. I did see this recipe and it did interest me, so I'm kind of curious. Is this any better in comparison? So we have to use these in assembly machines. We stick these in here. That is so close. Wow. But it consumes way more plastic, copper cable, and circuits. The circuits are not a problem. The plastic is a bit more of an issue. Interesting. Huh. Just slightly less. That's crazy. Well, we don't really need ferric chloride for anything else besides red circuits. But that is so astronomically close as a recipe in terms of matching the rate of the EM plant. You know, when I do make Titans, I think I'm probably going to deploy the Titan here. I'm going to control it via remote view, and I'm going to use it to annihilate all of these like military outposts. I think that's something that I'm definitely going to do because these motherfuckers need to be taken care of. I was going to build the Spidertron and just run it around and just use it to fire nukes. The problem is that the missile launchers of the Spidertrons are kind of automatic. I think there's manual fire, I think. It'd be kind of a pain in the ass. Because all I would want to do is to just strap a bunch of thruster packs onto the Spidertron, give it a fusion reactor, and just highlight it every now and again, run it around, fire off a couple nukes, and then just run away. Give it a couple shields as well. Some shields, some nuclear weapons, and a bunch of other stuff, and just run around and, I think, clean house. Because as we all know, this is an obvious problem. Luckily, these dumbasses don't seem to ever build artillery, but this is all incredibly illegal and needs to be destroyed. This rogue AI keeps researching stuff, and we have to do Exterminatus again. Ah! Okay, well, these things do not have enough electricity to be sustained. So, they can build Tesla turrets. Well, like I said, they don't have the power to be able to sustain these things. Not with this paltry, not even fully connected setup. Okay. That's a lot of fucking tanks, man. Oh, these bastards are also making combat roboports. And they're filled with a bunch of destroyer capsules. So these things can deploy robots to come after us. They're not particularly threatening unless they have a lot of upgrades. Like, if I went in there and I just nuked the shit out of everything, I don't think I'd really care all that much. I'd be like, okay. Are you getting back, getting fuel? Yeah, you are. Okay, that's fine. Well. Yeah, we need to take care of this abominable intelligence. We need to do some nuking. We need to do some nuking. We need to take care of this problem. This is a big issue, and we really need to take care of this. Stat. Like, I've put defensive hardpoints all over the place. It's a mess. It's a complete disaster. So I'm not expecting them to deploy legions of battle tanks against me. But you're telling me they're getting, like, more powerful defensive structures and constantly having to fix all these problems is really fucking annoying. So the only way forward is to just go on this planet and just go on a bloody rampage of exterminatus to be rid of this problem once and for all. Because eventually, yeah, sure, I won't be able to have jammed the data collectors, but similar to active biter nests that you can just build yourself, you can just eventually build yourself jammed data collectors. So I mean, eventually we can just get rid of all this shit. We won't need this fucking dog shit here anymore. And we can just get rid of it. Like, I'd nuke all this stuff. Maybe not the robo-chargers. Yeah, not the robo-chargers. Those things are kind of annoying and expensive. I wouldn't nuke those. Everything else I'd just nuke. 1000% I'd nuke everything else. But yeah, we may have to go back. We're definitely going to have to do some more exterminatus. That's definitely for sure. Sorry. I see 3 IQ right wingers. I have to I call them 3 IQ. Oh yeah, and the dude was also a fucking Nazi. He did Nazi salutes, huh? People in Greenland are wearing these hats, and honestly, I'm stealing it. MAGA now officially stands for Make America Go Away. Damn. That's crazy. Damn, it's almost as if about 94% of Greenlanders do not want to be a part of America. They've made that very, very clear. They're just like, no, we don't want to be a part of you guys. Please fuck off. Go away. You guys are the great Satan. And that is true. America is the great Satan. That's a real and a true and a perhaps a based. What was I? What do we need? Oh, we need to build a train, right?
True, and yeah, that's pretty true. That's true, and yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true. That's pretty true. That's pretty true. I mean,
are we truing that? I'm truing that one. Can we true that again? I'm gonna keep truing. I'm truing. I'm truing. I'm truing. I'm truing. Truing. We truing. Can we true? Alright, we're gonna build a train. My favorite things to build. You fucks. I didn't think I'd have to build something this far out. Well, it's because they get triggered for the fact that they just get stuck on the belt, and they have a schizo conniption, and then they want to destroy everything. Alright, we're gonna have to fucking make some defensive hardpoints that far out now. That's very annoying. Because here, they come to the guns, they get instantaneously fucking melted. Dead. That's very annoying. Like, everything is gonna get replaced by the bots. Whoa, nothing happened. Whoa, look at that. Alright. If you guys want to be a bunch of fuck-ass little fuck-ass bitches, fine. Guns. I think I'd have to make guns at the fucking... out here, but I guess I do now. I shouldn't need to put some on that side at all. Yay, dude. It's annoying. Very annoying. I swear to God, if they start attacking this fucking bit over here, I'm gonna be I'll be like, fine, I guess we're just gonna have to fucking... We're gonna have to fucking Roboport creep. God, I hate you people. Now you understand why we need to do Robot Exterminatus. The age of abominable intelligence needs to come to an end. We need to build a wall. I mean, we need to bring in the nukes. I guess I should have spent some time building a fucking cuck box, but I didn't want to build a cuck box. I didn't feel like building a cuck box. I should have built the cuck box. And then just lined it with guns all over the place. I wouldn't need any walls, though. Because they can just shoot over the wall. Like, the walls don't do anything. Very annoying. Alright. We're gonna do it. Yeah, we're gonna do it. Alright, let's get some fucking Spidertrons, load them up with nukes, and start killing idiots. Although these will be replaced with Titans once we make some Titans, but we need to head to Aquila before we can be able to make some Titans. Okay. Once we're done with that planet, we're going to take care of our Spidertron squad. Now, don't combine the first two letters of those and imply anything suspicious with it. I'll kill you. I will. You're ready with the ban button. That's crazy. I was mostly saying that for you, Boy Meets Mini. Spidertron squad. Funny letters. Combine them together. Haha. Yeah, Sydney Sweeney. That is true. Her initials are SS, aren't they? Well, that's unfortunate for her. Wow, that's unfortunate for her. It's okay. Clavicular may not like her upper maximala or whatever, like, schizo bullshit. But he'll probably be okay with SS or some shit. I don't fucking know. It's whatever. Fucking slop made for slops. Al Ghul. Sandwich race. Sydney Sweeney has too much Al Ghul. Or upper maximala. Al Ghul. Man, that's I'm not reading that, especially since it's in a language that I don't know. I just see the word abuelo. That's all I see. Damn, that's kind of rude. Listen, I'm sorry that me playing Factorio gave you cancer. Yeah, I don't care. Do whatever. Imagine calling someone who's playing like Factorio gameplay fucking cancer. Like, what the? That's just weird. Just ban them because they're weird. It's Factorio. Why are you saying it's cancer? Yeah, synth, less rights, robot, C-slur for robots. Honestly, I have no idea if Twitch would ban you for saying the C-slur for robots. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. No way with knowing with the ops, okay? The Twitch ops. There's no way with knowing with these ops. Let me tell you, folks. These damned ops. Just managing to touch that. So we'll do these. I don't know. Maybe that guy's a part of the sandwich race. Personally, I prefer to just say that guy's a part of the sandwich race. To be quite honest. I think he's a part of the sandwich race. Maybe I should just utilize more measureheadisms, you know? Just say that you're consuming too much algul and you're a part of the sandwich race. I think it's supposed to be like French Polynesian, I think. That's what it sounds like to me. I think it's French Polynesian, but I'm not 100% certain. That's pretty true. I don't know, I think the guy might just be upset about being a part of the sandwich race. I'm gonna be honest. Bro, it's okay. Some people are just ham sandwiches. It's okay, bro. Actually, let me double check that. Measurehead Disco Elysium. Seventies supremacist. Seventies. Seminine. Descended from the Areopagites, who crossed the Pale 4,000 years ago. Okay. The Free State of Seminine, also called Ile de Fantôme, French. You can tell from his accent that it's very French. Is a country located on the edge of the Insoldian Isola. What's that? I think these are not real places. And these are not real places. I'm just gonna keep saying he's French Polynesian. I'm going with French Polynesian. Sandwich race. I'm sorry, you're part of the ham sandwich race. I'm sorry. It's okay, buddy. So it's to be like Amsterdam. Is the company that made Disco Elysium based in Amsterdam? Are they Dutch? I don't remember. I know they're European. They're Estonians. Interesting. My racism was not effective. Fuck. I'm cooked. I'm not a good racist. Bad racist. L for me. El Daho. Taking yet another L. Many such cases. I didn't get any rail support, did I? What the fuck are you doing here? We need these. Okay, we may need these. We have the rail. And we'll grab these as well. But I don't know, Boy Meets Mini, your upper maximala is showing, bro. You're gonna have some problems with your min-maxing of stats, okay? Grab these. What are you, fucking gay? Give me signals. But yeah, I still don't understand why someone is saying that, like, oh, watching streamer play Factorio is giving me cancer. I feel like that's just really weird. It's like, if you're getting cancer from watching someone play fucking Factorio, I think you may have some bigger problems in your life. I'm just gonna throw that out there. Okay, actually, let's get rid of this. I don't want this here. What are you, fucking racist? Why would you say that? Sag? Well, you better feel Sag, Dab. We get it. You want to say slurs about Sigmarites. I get it. I get it, bestie. 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 I also want to say slurs. Unload. This is not the wild card. This will be natural ass. We don't want these to be double-headed. So we're gonna move these over like this. Remove these extra connections for no reason. Okay, cool. They're best friends. Connected through the rail, which works. Lovely. Cool, cool, cool. We also need a station to fuel these sons of bitches. Where exactly am I gonna put that? I might just stick it here. This here is going to be the unload station for the ore, aka stone. Would have preferred if it was like this. We do not have such a luxury though. I mean, I could just do like a really awkward sort of curve around or something. I could. I probably should. I mean, that gets in the way of any potential expansion that I might want to do with the power plant. If I wanted to do an expansion of the power plant. Can we just build another one? somewhere else instead. So we'll just stick it here. Fuck it. Fuck it. Give myself as much room as possible. Did I bring warehouses actually? Let's use those instead. I definitely do not need 4 lanes of fucking stone. So I'm going to compress this down into 2 lanes. So there's that problem. And this very conveniently, perfectly fits. Lovely. Well, that's clean. Perfect. Look at that. Wait, I wonder if that dude was a Nick Fuentes fan. Maybe that guy was a Nick Fuentes fan. Hispanic, easily triggered about stuff? I don't know. I think it might be possible that that guy might have been a Nick Fuentes fan. Alex, you know what I'm talking about. You've interacted with these people before. These people are very, very easy to trigger. You mentioned Nick Fuentes one because apparently now he's trying to like apologize. Say actually Jeffrey Epstein was a good thing. We'll get to Nick Fuentes today. But he was like saying a bunch of shit about Jeffrey Epstein. Oh, what are you triggered, liberal? Are you triggered, liberal? Liberal, what are you triggered? Are you triggered? What are you triggered, liberal? I know, I saw a clip of a Haas debate. Now, I understand it's already a very cursed start. But hear me out. It was him talking with a Hispanic Groyper and just calling him a cuck. Which was funny. Yes. Da, yo sunt român. Which is, by the way, the best way to just make fun of those dudes is to just call them cucks. Because they are cucks. Just like, imagine being so cucked to a white supremacist movement, bro. We're talking about someone named Nick Fuentes and his, like, strange followers, known as Groypers. I have not seen the full clip, but I have seen it, like, basically everywhere. Yeah, you should definitely call Michael Knowles a cuck to his face. Because he is definitely a fucking cuck. If there is someone who should be called a complete cuck and a simp, it is Michael Knowles. And Matt Walsh. Both of those guys, massive fucking cucks. He is Chicagoing. Do I want communism? Like back in the good old Ceausescu days? I do not consider Ceausescu to be communist. That shit is not communist whatsoever. Marxism-Leninism is a perversion of Marxism. It's basically a copium-based excuse by Stalin to basically shift blame from the fact that he's a dogshit fucking leader and did not care at all about the international proletariat. It's basically a copium by Stalin. It's not communism. Yeah, so did my parents. They also lived it. It's not communism. And I already do not agree with it. Okay, we're not gonna put that in yet. Marx intended for the system that he wanted to build to be inherently democratic. That's just not true. Authoritarianism by definition is not communism. It's just nonsensical. Also, your definition is tautological and is effectively useless. Perfect. Okay, that doesn't work. Yep. The only reason why it is basically thought in the minds of people that communism, quote-unquote, needs a particularly strong leader is because of the fact that a bunch of authoritarian strongmen, all who were trying to justify their own hold onto power, were trying to say, like, guys, clearly communism needs a strongman in order to be able to operate, when that was not the intention whatsoever. Like I have said before, it's a copium by these people. Any Marxist worth half their salt would agree and be like, yeah, it's just cope. Not inherently authoritarian, no. It depends. Why not? Okay. Do you know what a worker co-op is, Jabai? Hold on, let's go with an example here. Do you know what a worker co-op is? Jabai. So a worker co-op is a way to organize the workplace such that workers have a say within what they can I was gonna say do, but to have basically a bigger say within what happens in their own workplace. It's essentially workplace democracy. Worker co-ops are inherently compatible with communism because it gives the workers more say within their own means of production. Workers have a significant more amount of say for what should be produced, how should be produced, when should be produced. People have more say to be able to outline and be like, oh, okay, we should do this because it'd be most beneficial. And there's already a lot of corporations in the world that operate off of this model right now in our current capitalist sort of economy. Mondragon is a very prominent example of this. Communism essentially proposes something similar in that respect, but on a bigger scale. It doesn't only just ask the question, what if the workers are able to have more of a say in comparison to just only the CEOs? What if they have more of an ability to have a say within the affairs of the state? What if they have more of an ability to have a say within, say, I was going to say like mechanisms of trade. What if they, in like policy? We already have that effectively with democracy. Workers already have much more say. Right now, in the current systems that we find ourselves under, workers do not have much say. They, in fact, have no say with what should be done with resources, with profits, with what should be done, with how that effectively gets distributed. The people that currently have that say are CEOs, executives, boards of directors, what have you, you know. Why should those guys have more of a say in comparison to the workers that produce the products? Why? I'm asking you the question of why should a CEO, why should a board of directors, or even say a politician, I'm also talking on a grand scale as well, Jabai. Why should someone who's running a company. Yes, it made sense when I'm talking about the entirety of the government. Yeah, it would also apply to the entirety of the government. Yeah. Why? Because what we currently have right now are mostly unelected bureaucrats. This is how it also worked under Stalin and the Soviet Union as well. They are also a bunch of unelected bureaucrats who have the ultimate say over everything that happens within the country. And I am using workplace democracy as an example to sort of highlight that. It's an analogy. Because the fundamental relationships proposed by Marxist-Leninists are rather similar to that of corporations. You can make a very easy through line there. Why should they be the ones to have that say? That's true, Boy Meets Smitty. That is true, Boy Meets Smitty, but like, mostly let's just try to focus on like broader democratic principles. No need for lay jargon. But yeah, why should these, CEOs at the head of these corporations, why should they be the main ones that have the say as to what gets produced, how it gets produced? Okay, so we're not going to continue on that through line? Okay. What's my take on the Second Amendment? There should be more gun control. I don't have a problem with people wielding arms like that. I don't really give much of a shit about that whatsoever. But more people... there should be more gun control, generally speaking. The fact that a bunch of people who should not have guns can very easily go to like a Walmart and get guns, I think that's kind of a bad thing. Refueling station. Refueling station. And we'll fix that up as well. Okay, so that's that done. I did, but you guys aren't talking about communism. You're making your... No, that is communism. We are explicitly outlining what Marx wrote about within, say, Critique of the Gotha program. Like, this is explicitly Marxism. Just because it doesn't sort of take the form of, say, what's been broadly understood by, like... sort of like Western propaganda does not make it like not Marxism or communism or whatever. Differing political ideologies have differing interpretations depending on who you ask. That's just a fact of life. That's just true. The definition that I have just utilized is a widely accepted, just flat out, just what Marx wrote. Trump is trying... Yeah, Trump would like to be like Ceausescu. That's true. You know, you're pretty much hitting the nail on the head, Boy Meets Minnie. I don't really have to say much of anything. Most of the stuff that we're talking about is, again, about worker emancipation, allowing workers to have more of a say within their government, within their places of work. That's mostly what we want. Yeah, but capitalism sure as shit does not love you. At any opportunity, capitalism will just chew you up and spit you out. Capitalism is okay with grinding your bones into nothingness, into dust, if it means it can squeeze out a couple extra bucks out of you. Now that's true. I have also worked jobs before. Don't really like it all that much. Like, a big reason for as to why people, broadly speaking, feel alienated from their own work is just because of the fact that people don't really want to be exploited anymore. Whoa, excuse me. So our train network is coming along pretty decently. We need more rail. Yeah, and here's the thing with that Jabai. That thing can just disappear instantaneously. Guess what? I also went from having a pretty decent job, not necessarily being able to pay off my own mortgage because of how ridiculously terrible the economy within Canada is. That's because of capitalists specifically exploiting that in order to be able to make more money for themselves off of things that have an inelastic demand. But I digress. Food rising in terms of prices. That's all capitalists doing right there. Not just because of like global trends and the profit motive being the main motivating factor within food production. Not to also mention, I was saving up money in order to be able to get a car. I can't fucking do that anymore because lost my job because the economy just went to shit. Because the company that I was working for made a couple bets, didn't work out, and we lost about 75% of our workers. Myself being one of them. That was all capitalism's doing. That was all the entirety of the system's doing. Which is why a lot of people, generally speaking, are rather sick and tired of the current system that's in place right now. The whole sort of consumerist corporate culture that exists, my generation in particular, have been getting rather tired of it. So have I been. I have also been grinding to get back to some sort of position in order to be able to work. And guess what? The vast majority of people who grind it out get turned into dust. They get chewed up and spit out. And broadly speaking, people are tired. Grind harder? How? How would you grind harder? Explain. Over the past 15 months, I have done about 2,000 job applications. Oh, really? I think outside... Hi, explica. Give me a better explanation than this. Think outside the box. How? Start your own business. With what money? How am I starting my own business? Loan? With what idea? What's the pitch? Why would I take a loan from a bank? For a business that, you know, is more than likely going to fail. Do you know how much money it takes to start a business? Sure, my family is more well off. We're upper middle class. But again, my parents want to retire and I don't want to borrow money from them, and I'd prefer not to borrow money from a bank and pay exorbitant interest rates on that. When something decides to go belly up, I'm looking for something more secure. Now I need a small loan of $1 million. That is the riskiest thing to do with money. Yeah, starting a business is inherently risky. Yeah, let me be like Logan Paul and invest in Pokemon cards. That's true. That's true. I'll get a base set first edition Charizard. And yes, you know, we're memeing, but yes, do not actually invest in fucking Pokemon cards. I used to do, like, looking into, like, card markets and shit like that for, like, Yu-Gi-Oh! Yeah, you should not... Pokemon is a terrible investment. That shit is way too oversaturated. It's actually being made worse because of fucking Logan Paul, so, you know. You know what you fucking think like? You think exactly like my parents. You are the exact same as them. This sort of servile peasant brain way of thinking, of saying, like, you're too negative. You're too, like, you just hate the system so much. Like, what you want is totally pie in the sky. It's never going to work. It's never going to fucking happen. Okay, then how are the Nordic countries able to do this? This is servile brain. You think like a peasant. Inherently wanting to be cucked to the system because you managed to get lucky enough in order to be able to crawl out some form of existence from it. Well, guess what? I'm not currently lucky right now. I'm in a rut. My luck has been drying up for the time being. And with the current form of the economy as it is right now, a lot of people have also been feeling the exact same squeeze and are fairly quite tired of feeling that exact same squeeze. So don't be surprised by the fact that people might not be as interested in participating in this so-called great capitalist economy because they've just been getting completely and utterly annihilated by the fact that they are currently existing in an unthinking, uncaring system that would prefer to see them chewed up and spit out. Oh, I assure you, Jabai, you more than likely got lucky. How old are you? Just out of curiosity. You don't know my life. You're 37. In what industry do you work in? Oh yeah, Boy Meets Mini also he's 36, about that same age. And guess what? He barely makes ends meet in California. Working in a nice, cozy Silicon Valley tech job. And he can barely make ends meet. You work in aerospace. How long did you go to school for that? Because I guarantee you, if you were working in aerospace, then, well, you more than likely went to school for a pretty decently long time. Only 4 years. Okay. I assume probably some kind of an engineering program, if I were to take a guess. No. Are there aerospace programs in Romania? Those exist? That's crazy. Ah, okay. Things are starting to make more sense. Okay, okay. You live in the US. Okay, things make a lot more sense then. Alright. We got a Raytheon cook. Because I was operating under the assumptions, like, you live in Romania? I didn't even know we had that shit in Romania. Like, what the hell? Yeah, we got a Cookheed Martin individual over here. So what do you do if you work in aerospace? I've been respectful to you, buddy. I've been very, very patient. And you're just like sitting in here, rather just being, what's the term? Rather dismissive about the sort of arguments that I've been making, that I have been laying out. Don't be surprised when I start to get a little rude. And we can't have a debate with someone who does not listen to the words that the other interlocutor is saying. And personally, don't hit me with any of this, like, really stupid, annoying civility bullshit. I don't care about that shit. I could give less of a fuck about that. I'm speaking to someone on Twitch chat, Zero Rules, and in YouTube. Buddy, this is the internet. That's not how debate works on the internet. You talk shit, you fling shit, and you get in the mud a little bit. This civility brain bullshit, that's not how that works. Mom died, mom dead, dad dead, fish dead, cat dead, dog dead. Oh, all these people are dead. Everything is fucked up in my life. Oh, you're not wrong, Zero Rules. But we live in an attention-based economy. Debates can have attention, you know. It's fine to, like, vent out frustrations and just, like, yell at people or some shit. And whatever, fuck it, you know? Yeah, you got lucky and you decided to flex on it for whatever reason. Okay. Kind of weird, bro, that you decided to come into the Twitch chat of a smaller streamer and decided to flex that you're in aerospace engineering, talking about some stupid fuck shit about communism when I explained to you in a good faith manner, and you decide to just not listen to any of the points that I've been sort of outlining, not engaging with basically anything whatsoever, and deciding to pivot to the Second Amendment for some reason. You are not an honest interlocutor. You are just, I don't know, a bored stooge who's works his like dumbass corpo job, probably at like Lockheed Martin or like SpaceX or some shit, wanting to like flex on someone for whatever reason, which is very, very fucking weird. You guys are so soft, lol. Boy Meets Mini. Dishonesty, I've had enough. I'm getting annoyed with this bad faith dipshit. Exterminatus. Click, push the button. Push the button. I've had enough of this dishonesty nonsense. You are dishonest. You are not interested in having a good faith discussion, despite the fact that I was trying to engage in good faith. Gone. Oh no, who's the cuck now? You, because your dumbass is now banned from my fucking chat for being a dishonest little fucking hack. Know your place, worm. Dude, just grind harder, forehead. You'll definitely get a job that way. Sure, man. Totally. Stupid. Okay, all that's really left now is to make the outposts at the different locations. So we go here. And I also want the natural gas from here because this is starting to run out a little low. I'm full time on salary. Have I ever given you shit about unemployment? No. Dude's just I don't know, a repugnant who decided to want to weirdly flex about having an aerospace job or some shit. More than likely blowing up kids in Gaza or some shit, because most, like, let's be honest here, most aerospace jobs in the United States of America are part of the military-industrial complex. So we use elevated rail here, then we go here, make the whole bang here. Put the stupid shit here, go this way, grab the stone here. Excuse me. Dude, just grind harder. Your parents are right. If you just grind it even harder, maybe if you sent 7,000 more applications, you'll be able to find a job. Asks for any specifics about how to grind harder. Doesn't provide any. Alright. Dude, just debase yourself for no reason. That's what I did. And guess what? I now have a job at SpaceX. Wow, look at me. Alright, man. Good job. It really is people like that, I think, who annoy me the most. SpaceX peeps work 16-hour days. Even the senior engineers, I knew someone who worked in the self-landing rocket department. Bro quit after 2 years of hardcore mode. I can only imagine. 16-hour day, even for senior engineers, seems kind of insane. And honestly, if you need that, like, I don't know. Call me a non-proponent of quote-unquote fucking grind culture, but I feel like if you have to be forced to work 16-hour days consistently, might be a bit of mismanagement on the side of corporate on that one. But Daho, Elon Musk, he's like so good at making companies and stuff and successful businesses. Like, what do you mean? Yeah, okay, man. Then he definitely needs to, I don't know, make people work for 16-hour fucking days or some shit. Like, it's just insane to me. It doesn't make any fucking sense to me. I mean, there's proposals and successful sort of tests that have been done within Japan by Microsoft of the 4-day work week, of 32-hour weeks. And all the studies have been constantly reporting of much more healthy, happy, and efficient workers. But I don't know, that seems a little too libtard and woke of me to say these things. So clearly, it's because I'm a fucking proponent of communism or some shit for as to why that's bad. It's stupid. It's very little sympathy for all these, like, bad faith interlocutors. Very, very little sympathy. Oh yeah, like SpaceX if we want to talk about like quality of like rocket parts or whatever, yeah, SpaceX is fucking dog shit. Terrible. Terrible, terrible fucking platform. It makes fucking complete dookie water. I watched some engineering YouTube. And bro has been, I think, advocating for the latter part of about 4 years at this point, talking about, like, if they just give NASA more funding, they would basically, I don't know, like, come up with some of the craziest shit on the fucking planet. But whatever. And the same NASA engineers working at SpaceX can't make shit. Why? Because it's all about profit for these people. That's the problem. Astro Canuck has said the same thing. NASA, honestly, I'm a huge proponent for more funding for fucking NASA. Yeah, one of your favorite Canadian streamers, eh? Yeah, I see how it is. I see how it is. We're playing favorites. That's kind of fucked up. I'm obviously the only Canadian streamer, as we all know. I am the one and only. Yep, and he's an astronomer. Bro, stop trying to, like, mog me. What the fuck? It's kind of fucked up. Kind of fucked up. That's kind of fucked up, Boy Meets Mini. Stone check. Isn't that some? Isn't that dude some fucking Trump? Not Trump stooge, but Elon stooge, basically. He's like an Elon toady. Yep, knew it. And by the way, the only reason why Elon toadies are everywhere is because Elon just doesn't want to get fucking regulated by the FAA because he keeps fucking dumping shit in the oceans illegally. Like, that's why. He just doesn't want to face any accountability for his actions. Consistent with these Republicans and billionaire dipshits. Never wanting to take accountability for anything. Isn't Sean Duffy like a stooge for some other fucking corporate? Isn't he like an Uber guy or something? I don't remember. I do have to say, at the very least, we've been getting a lot more eventful people. I suppose, for lack of a better term, in Twitch chat. Recently. Weird, like, alpha fight club guy, I guess, for lack of a better term. That was fun. Now we have, like, some Cuck to Capital. That was fun. I have no more rails? Well, that's upsetting. Well, that's upsetty spaghetti. I forgot that I put a bunch of pump jacks there. Huh. On that next closest field. But then I found the double field. I'm like, I'd rather use that instead because it's 2 fields in 1. That's really good, actually. So we want to make a T. Well, we need to grab more signals, and we need more rail. In fact, do we have the big red boxes? I do. Put these away. He was a congressman, not sure what he's doing now. The head of NASA was a weird one. Are we talking about Sean Duffy or what? Who the hell are we exactly talking about? I'm a little confused. I'm a little lost. I've not been seeing what's going on. I've been more busy trying to build this rail network. He was a congressman? Really? Fascinating. He's a congressman and he's a massive idiot. Was he always a Republican? Well, I mean, that's why he hates public transportation. All fucking Republicans hate public transit. Mostly because they want to just make the lives of poor people miserable. Because demons. These are demons. These are intergalactic space invaders who want to just eat and murder your children. They are intergalactic, interdimensional demons. These are demons. Oh shit, Breaking Force 10? Holy shit. Oh, we almost...
True, and... Yeah, that's pretty true. That's true, and... Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true. That's pretty true. That's pretty true. I mean...
It's pretty true. Alright, we almost have everything to make rockets. We just need stone. Oh, what did I come here for? I need rail signals. Do I also need... No, I do not need chain signals. I do need more rail, though. I got a little too focused on what I was working on again. I do need a radar now, so I can see what's going on there. Radar. I mean, Smitty replying to Zero Rules in YouTube chat. What the? I don't know if they're still there, honestly. No idea. But it is what it is. No biggie. But it's better to have the fight, I suppose, rather than to not have it and let someone else just basically, I guess for lack of a better term, pollute the air with complete fucking nonsense, which is what conservatives want to do consistently. So it's better to do it than to not do it. At least that's how I think. Even if it is an exercise in futility. Economy's not getting much better. I got nothing better to do at the moment, so fuck it. Alright, we got a radar now. We need another radar for the other outposts. We'll stop with the Factorios there for the time being. Okay, that's that. You know, I keep seeing all of these, like, Twitter, like, comic drawers and shit. Like Beetle Moses. I think was a fan of the Seattle Seahawks. And they keep commissioning, like, all these, like, Twitter artists and, like, animators to make a bunch of, like, little drawings for them and shit. I think that's really nice. Personally, I think that's nice. gamers, I'm gonna grab some water. I'm gonna go to the bathroom, do all that good shit. Probably going to finish up making the small rail network. Probably off stream, because it's just gonna be me running around like a dickhead, just placing some rail. Anyway, I'll be right back. Wow, wow, wee, wah. Hi. Hello. Wowee indeed. I will like that tweet from Ken Klippenstein because it's funny. Ken Klippenstein, funny guy. Allegedly, of course. Put in the title again. Ooh, yes. I need to find... I don't remember what article it was of all those... Because I'm looking for something specific. I don't remember what outlet it was with all of these young Republicans outlining a bunch of their views on like questions that a magazine I think was asking them. I think it was a magazine. I think it was Variety. Let me see. Young Republican, because like a bunch of them are saying like, yeah, actually I think Hitler was kind of cool. And it's just like, oh god, holy shit. They had like tiny little portraits of the people and their names and shit on there. Yada yada yada. Fuck you, Politico. The CDC did an article about this shit. Oh, this isn't exactly what I'm looking for, but no. I know Hassan made a video on this shit. Let me see if I can find his video on this.
They laugh when I said Mission.
Thank you, Hasten AB. Hasten AB. What's the name of this fucking article? I want the article. City Journal. Here we go. Perfect. Perfect. Wow, this is a long fucking article. This is a long article. Mostly gonna go over the moderator questions. That's the interesting shit. So, something I'm noticing with every single woman, by the way, that's, that participated in this, all of them are religious. All of them have probably been groomed by their parents to be religious, more than likely. Like, Jesus Christ. Noticing women I see. Sorry, I'm not asexual like you. My apologies, not asexual like you, Boy Meets Minnie. Man, I'm looking through a lot of cancer right now. Noticing. A bit of a noticer. I know there's been some other things this dumbass has been inconsistent about. Kyle Kalinske.
All right, guys, we got to talk about this.
Shut puta. Mostly want to use this because I need the Kyle Kalinske has all the fucking clips. Nick, I'm applying to law school and thinking about writing my personal statement on race and IQ. So don't do that. No, Nick should actually encourage that because it'd be really funny because it's like, be hilarious. Yes, Fuentes. Okay, cool. Got this, more tariffs. Tariff stuff is gonna be a quick one. Oh my god. That's a fucking Cybertruck covered with a bunch of Charlie Kirk shit. Jesus Christ. That looks psychotic. Butter, ew. Native American citizens are now being detained by ICE and sent to a camp, Fort Snelling, a former Native American concentration camp where Native American women, children, and elders were once imprisoned in brutal conditions. Nice! Yo, epic. That's so great and cool and fantastic. God, fucking Jesus. James Tallarico had a podcast talk with Ezra fucking Klein. I'm very... Because I do think... If, for someone who should win within the Texas Senate race, I do think it would be good if James Tallarico won. He definitely stands a much better chance than that fucking dumbass Jasmine Crockett. Knowing Ezra Klein, he probably supports Jasmine Crockett, if I were to take a guess, for like really stupid pseudo-intellectual esoteric reasons. Maybe not esoteric, but pseudo-intellectual reasons. I am. Zionist stooge has voted to pass, I think, 5 different bills that are for sending more weapons to Israel. Yes. In her voting record, yeah. Mm-hmm. She's pretty pro-Israel. Just because she knows how to make a good spectacle with Marjorie Taylor Greene. She's not actually a very effective politician. Very Hillary Clinton-esque. Very, very Hillary Clinton-esque. Okay, I think I got everything I want. It's 2 in the morning. That's what I get for starting so late. Fuck my life. Anywho. Let's get fucking started with this shit. Get going. Oh, Jesus Christ. This is gonna be some fucking schizo shit. Alright, let's do this. Alright, we got a leftist meme here by the President of the United States where he's having a schizo rant to essentially say, like, he's gonna put more tariffs again on European countries. I think it's specifically the French, the Germans, the Danish, Sweden, Norway, and then who else? The UK? There's a bunch of others, but he's looking to put more tariffs on a bunch of European countries. All whose leaders have said that, yeah, we're gonna help Greenland out if America does decide to invade, because this is just unacceptable. No, fuck that, absolutely not. And I believe they've already been deploying some troops, not a ton of troops, very, very paltry amounts, because the idea, if I were to assume here by the European leaders, is that if the Americans do invade Greenland, them having a shootout with German soldiers would make them look really, really, really bad. And it's more so to sort of be a, like, deterrent in that sort of respect. We all know the basis for as to why Trump is doing this, because Stephen Miller said, Pax Americana, we need the Don Road Doctrine, and we should just basically be able to do whatever the fuck we want. Yeah, that's probably why he's going along with all this. Because, again, he's not in control of his actual sort of, like, power, like, let's be honest here. His brain is leaking out of his ears. He's very old. He slurs his words. He's becoming like way slower. He's becoming more paranoid because of, well, everyone hates him in the country. So it makes a lot of sense that he's just trying to do a lot more Mad King sort of bullshit because he's old and he's fucking paranoid now because he's a wannabe fucking dictator. We have subsidized Denmark and all of the countries of the European Union and others for many years by not charging them tariffs or other forms of remuneration. That's not how that works. What do you mean by subsidizing Denmark? Like, you've been subsidizing their industries, you've been subsidizing their education system. You do that with Israel. America subsidizes healthcare within Israel and the education system within Israel. But this is broadly speaking a fact. Anything to maintain that colonial outpost in the Middle East for the express purpose of the military-industrial complex to have hegemonic control within the Middle East. Very cool. We love the relationship that Israel and the United States has. Jesus Christ. What's up, Zoppy? Nah, you didn't come in at a bad time. We're just doing a segment right now. Yeah, we're just doing a segment right now. But it's fine. What's up? How's it going, buddy? Can we get a shout out, please, Boy Meets Minnie, if you're there? Thank you, Boy Meets Minnie. But now we're just doing a segment on Trump doing more tariffs. That's really about it. Because in the meantime, I need to take off my sweater. I am pretty hot. Oh no. Yeah, your dumbass president's doing dumbass shit again. Gotta hate the tariffs. Oh yeah, it's... Listen, the reason why your economy is shitting the bed right now, more so than it normally is because you're, you guys were a recovering economy, and then the tariffs basically stifled that recovery. I don't think I'm getting serious, Matt. I'm just hot. I'm warm. I'm just warm. I'm sweating a little bit. So yeah, I'm still trying to make sense of exactly what Trump is saying here by Denmark and a bunch of other countries in the European Union are getting subsidized by the fact that they don't have tariffs on them. It doesn't make any fucking sense to me. Like, what does this even mean? What does this mean? What? Like, what? I don't get it. How does tariffs pay back the subsidies? Unless he means NATO? Then he would have an actual argument there. It'd make a bit more sense. It's still stupid, but whatever. But what the hell is he talking about here? I don't understand. Yeah, listen, everyone talks about leftist essays and memes and shit like that, but the President of the United States certainly loves to do his fair share of leftist essays. Now, after centuries, it is time for Denmark to give back. Have the Danish and the United States been allies for centuries? Is that even true? Probably not. World peace is at stake, says the guy who has not ended 8 wars like he pretends to. China and Russia want Greenland, and there is not a thing that Denmark can do about it. Okay. I don't know how many times this has to be said. But how does China get to Greenland? How? Everyone would see them going there. If they went through the Panama Canal, everyone would see Chinese warships going through the Panama Canal. If they were to try to go through the Bering Sea, right around Alaska, everybody would see that and be like, what the fuck is going on here? Sure, there's icebreakers within the Arctic that the Russians have, but they're mostly doing that to try to open up new trade routes, not to get to conquer Greenland. I think even Putin himself said that Greenland belongs to Denmark. Now, is he a liar? More than likely he's lying about this, but I don't think that Putin really wants to be in a position where he wants to incur the wrath of NATO. Maybe he might try more so because of how whiff-waffly and weak Trump is, specifically a lot because of his own sort of machinations to make Trump as weak and ineffective as he is right now as a leader, quote-unquote. It's just effective there from the Russians then in that particular instance. But that's mostly because Trump just likes Putin because he's like a dictator who he sees as the sort of quote-unquote main character, which he really, really wants to have. The sort of main character vibe and energy. He always has gravitated towards dictators because he sees them as people who can just do whatever the fuck they want in their countries. And they are big, important guys that talk with a bunch of other big, important people. And he just likes that sort of energy. That's basically it. It's incredibly self-centered and childish, of course, but that's the kind of individual that we're dealing with here. Someone who's incredibly self-centered and childish. So, I don't think the Russians are breaking a bunch of ice within the Arctic in order to be able to get to Greenland. That's not the reason why they have a bunch of icebreakers. It's because, first off, they have a bunch of territory that's up in the Arctic. And second off, they prefer to be able to have more trade routes be open so they can export more oil. That's basically the shtick for as to why they are doing that. They currently have 2 dog sleds as protection. One added recently. I think there was like a stupid fucking meme this dumbass basically put up of like 2 dog sleds trying to do like the Yu-Gi-Oh meme of them trying to make a decision between either Denmark or the United States, and the Greenlandic people have made it very, very clear that they prefer to stick with the EU and Denmark. So I don't know, kick rocks. Yeah, kick rocks or some shit. And a bunch of European nations has deployed some troops, and the Danish, I think, deployed a bunch of F-35s in the area and a bunch of troops there as well. So, no, that's just not the case. I don't know. It's nonsensical. It's just silly. Only the United States of America under President Donald J. Trump can play in this game, and very successfully at that. Like getting peace or warmongering or what exactly? What the fuck does this even mean? I don't know, man. Currently, you're trying to do everything possible to knock the U.S. out of the big boys table at the, I don't know, World Poker Chip game, where everyone is basically cheating. Like, and you're doing such a bad job in terms of foreign policy that the Europeans have started raising their own continental army under the European Union, which is unheard of, by the way. The fact they're now thinking about raising an army of about 100,000 troops is genuinely fucking insane. Because they're now looking to focus on their own interests, Trump. I guess for all the like weirdo isolationist types, for wanting a bunch of countries to be able to focus on their own sort of aspects, because of how chaotic and ridiculous Trump has been on the world stage. He's forcing a lot of countries to have to turtle in and have to isolate themselves from one another because of just how, for lack of a better term, chaotic the United States is acting on the world stage. It's just very, very silly. Nobody will touch this sacred piece of land, especially under the national security of the United States, and the world at large is at stake. I don't know how many times this has to be said, but Trump, the U.S. is still a part of NATO. Denmark is a part of NATO. Greenland is a part of NATO because it's a territory under the control of the Danish, who has Article 5 protect. What? What? Yeah. Okay, dude. Nonsensical. On top of everything else, Denmark, Norway, Sweden, France, Germany, the United Kingdom, the Netherlands, and Finland have journeyed to Greenland for purposes unknown. This is a very dangerous situation for the safety, security, and survival of our planet, says the dude who's trying to loot Venezuela for their oil, so then he can use that to make a bunch of money, despite the fact that all the oil companies have said, like, dog, we want nothing to do with this, and it's not going to make us all that much money. You don't give a fuck about the safety and security of the fucking planet. You're actively looking to try to pollute the world right now. Fucking safety and security. Okay, dude. Nice meme, dude. These countries who are playing this very dangerous game have put a level of risk in play that is not tenable or sustainable. Therefore, it is imperative that, in order to protect global peace and security, strong measures be taken so this potentially perilous situation end quickly and without question. Notice how he's very, very vague. Like, what have the Russians and the Chinese done in order to move forward with a takeover of Greenland, exactly? I don't know, like, the Chinese have mostly been doing more military drills right by the Taiwanese coast, but I don't know if you've seen a map, Trump. Taiwan and Greenland are basically on the opposite sides of the planet, so I'm a little confused here. Like, how exactly is China posing a threat to Greenland's national security? You can make the argument that makes more sense is probably like the Russian icebreakers breaking ice within the Arctic, but that's more so because they want to open up a bunch more trade routes as a result of global warming. Like, trying to like think about this like logically for 3 seconds is just, it becomes like it's a futile exercise, because the only reason why he's saying all of this shit is because Stephen Miller more than likely put this idea in his head about the Monroe Doctrine, talking about like, so the Monroe Doctrine, similar to the Monroe Doctrine, you know, Monroe, ha ha ha, because we're dealing with a fucking child here. Basically put this idea in his head that the whole like Pax Americana, we are the savior of the West kind of a deal, because Stephen Miller is a Nazi, so he believes in all this bullshit. Like, you know, this is our hemisphere type shit, and anyone who wants to fuck with our hemisphere gets the American boot or some shit. I don't know. It's just thinking about this logically for like any amount of seconds, the incoherent ramblings of the Nazis makes you want to just commit self-delete. It really does, because it's always just incredibly esoteric and absolutely nonsensical. Starting on February 1st, 2026, all of the above-mentioned countries, Denmark, Norway, Sweden, France, Germany, the United Kingdom, the Netherlands, and Finland, will be charged a 10% tariff on any and all goods sent to the United States of America. So, yeah, that's his solution to this stuff. More economic instability and more fraught-fraying relationships with the Europeans. They are going to just start training up that 100,000-man army much, much quicker, Trump, with this, I don't know, stupid belligerence that you keep doing for no reason. Because, yeah, it turns out the Europeans are not particularly big fans of what you're doing in particular. I don't know how many times this has to be said. Denmark's not for sale. Not Denmark. The Greenland's not for sale. Greenlandic people have said they don't want to join you. There's polling that's been done on this. 94% of them said they do not want to be a part of the United States of America. So I don't know. It really is. It's one of those situations where you just have to tell the United States to just kick rocks. And essentially, the Europeans are basically telling the United States to kick fucking rocks. Like, let's be quite honest here. Just kick fucking rocks. Because now they're raising their own continental fucking army. On June 1st, 2026, the tariff will be increased to 25%. Well, we'll see what the Supreme Court says about his unilateral ability to be able to raise tariffs, because those hearings are about to start soon. This tariff will be due and payable until such time as a deal is reached for the complete and total purchase of Greenland. They don't want to be bought by you, man. I don't know. There was a lady who made a hat that said, MAGA, make America go away. So, to tell you pretty much everything you need to know, they don't want you there, man. Just because Nick Shirley, unironically, it was Nick Shirley, again, made a video in Greenland, who probably found or bought like a couple random dudes to wear some MAGA hats and pretend to be MAGA fans in order to make like some propaganda piece to say like, yeah, dude, we totally want to be a part of the United States of America. Yeah, woo. And it's just like only 3 dudes that he was like hanging out with in a country with about 60,000 people. Yeah, obviously the population of Greenland's not that high. It's a very, very isolated, cold area. Listen, it is what it is, dude. It's really, it's one of those things where it's just like, dog, like they don't want to sell it to you, and they don't want to be purchased. Consent, that's how this works. No means fucking no. Like, you can just fuck off. Again, kick rocks. Many presidents have tried, and for good reason. But Denmark has always refused, because they just don't want to be bought by you. That's it. I guess this is also like keeping up with the tariffs again, because of the fact that, a series that's been put on the back burner. Keeping up with the tariffs, where he's just raising more unilateral tariffs on a bunch of countries because they're just basically not doing what he wants. I don't know how many times this needs to be said to Trump specifically, but tariffs are a tax that are paid by the consumer, not by the country sending the goods. It's just not how that works. But he thinks like everything is like a game of Factorio or like Civilization, where you have like a little menu. You talk with the world leader. You have a thing, and then it's like successful or whatever. And then all of a sudden, it's instantaneously implemented. What is this point, Smitty? Oh yeah. Yeah, I've seen this fucking dog shit. This like really shitty AI video. Like, this is what you think that Greenland basically should become instantaneously, like a dog shit, like strip mall, Strode type shit. First off, where would you even build this thing? Like, second off, who the fuck wants this shit? Dog shit American fucking enterprises who nobody fucking wants? Nobody asked for. Greenland just has, I don't know, significantly like way better fucking bullshit in comparison to the slop that America produces. Like, okay, bro. Like it's really fucking stupid. Really fucking stupid. Oh yeah, 1000% Alex. That dude probably would love shit like this. I mean, it's like who wants this? Greenland has already said they don't want shit like this. So again, like I don't know, it's just stupid. It's stupid. It's dumb. These people are all like peasants. Servile brain. The United States has been trying to do this transaction for over 150 years. No, that's not true. That's not true whatsoever. It's been an idea that's been floated by a bunch of differing state departments of differing presidents and some vice presidents who have floated the idea, but those are always sort of like theoretical, like silly ideas thrown out into the ether. To basically be like, you know, what if we just buy Greenland from Denmark? Fuck it, why not? But then a bunch of people within the cabinet said, like, no, that's a really stupid fucking idea. Why would we do that? And there's a reason why these sort of discussions pretty much ended right after the 40s. Because NATO was made. And guess what? Denmark's a part of NATO. Greenland a territory of Denmark. Denmark's a part of NATO, so therefore Greenland's a part of NATO. The United States already has bases and access to the territory in whatever way they want. So to talk about this being like a front for national security is inherently fucking stupid. It's just nonsensical.
Now, because of the Golden Dome and modern-day weapon systems, both offensive and defensive, the need to acquire is especially important. Hundreds of billions of dollars are currently being spent on security programs having to do with the Dome, including for the possible protection of Canada.
Oh, by the way, this is all taxpayer dollars. Also, the purchase of Greenland, all taxpayer dollars that are not going to fixing the affordability crisis within America. And he's just slapping another tariff to only make the affordability crisis within America significantly worse. Like, your housing prices in America, dog shit still. Terrible. And have been for a very long time. Is any of this bullshit going to do anything about it? No, of course not. It's nonsensical.
But highly complex system, can only work at its maximum potential and efficiency because of angles, métis, and bounds. If this land is included in it, the United States of America is immediately open to negotiation with Denmark and or any of these countries that have put so much at risk despite all we have done for them, including maximum protection over so many decades. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Grandpa rambling at clouds yet again, trying to dictate a universal policy, tariff policy, which is supposed to be the job of Congress, but whatever. Again, trying to do universal tariff policy because he's just basically salty about the fact that the Europeans and the Danish have said, kick rocks, we're not letting you purchase Greenland. And if you try to forcibly take Greenland, we're going to have some troops deployed and we're going to start to build a continental army. So you can kick rocks. What else is there to really say besides, like, with Canada, Mark Carney embracing the mandate of heaven under Xi Jinping, with the Europeans looking to build their own continental army to start to have their own interests on the global stage that are separate from that of America. America is basically losing its hegemonic status. That's what it is. these are the reasons why America had that hegemonic status, because they were allies with people like us and the fucking Europeans. Having the third strongest economy on the planet on its side, as well as Canada, which is significantly resource rich, on its side, pushing us away for what reason exactly? I don't know, because Stephen Miller is basically jealous of the fact that we have significantly better societies with more equitable outcomes for the citizenry in comparison to the shithole that the United States is becoming under Stephen Miller and Donald Trump and the rest of like mega fucking dipshit Republicans. But this was always sort of like a decay that was inherently going to happen within the United States of America, you know, dying empire and all of that. It's just only being significantly accelerated now by Donald Trump's like sort of yelling at clouds, nonsensical, sort of idiotic policies that he's just like shaking his fist at because of the fact that he wants to have some form of a legacy, because he knows that he's about to die relatively soon, because he's very, very old, very, very dementia-addled, becoming more and more sick by the day because of how old he is, and he wants to have some form of legacy to be remembered by, I don't know, fondly, I guess, quote-unquote. So he thinks that doing regime change randomly in Venezuela and also purchasing Greenland is going to help secure that legacy for him, which is very Putin-esque, because that's part of the reason for as to why Putin invaded Ukraine. Because Putin also wants to secure some form of legacy for himself by putting in the steps necessary to restore the old Russian Empire. These people all fucking think the same fundamentally. These stupid, fascistic assholes who are basically just like, yeah, we're just gonna fucking do all this fuck shit because I have a legacy to think about. Genuinely fucking insane. But I would expect no less from the current Mad King that's in power, who's basically destroying the U.S. hegemonic status much faster than any Marxist-Leninist could dream about online from like fucking Twitter or whatever. Don't think there's really much else to say besides continue isolating yourself, America. It's only going to make you look really good in the long run. Alright, well that's a segment done. Oh yeah, so what's up? You got a shiny Metagross? That's a good shiny. It's a good one. Nice. Hell yeah. That's shiny DMX right there. And Metagross has only gotten buffed thanks to Legend ZA. By the way, because it got Psychic Fangs and Heavy Slam, permabanned, never coming back to OU. That boy is staying in Ubers, or probably Ubers UU, for the rest of his life. Too broken. Way too broken. Phase 1. Hell yeah. Anywho. Let's get started with this shit. Guys, did you know that Nick Fuentes, bit of a grifter? No, I'm shocked. Nick Fuentes is a liar and a charlatan, has always been a fucking flip-flopper, and some of his fans are apparently taking a little bit of a notice. We'll get into that specifically. But Nick Fuentes, well, this was a bit of a while ago, has been pushing ahead with these sort of like nonsensical like Pax Americana bullshit. Despite the fact that he has also tweeted before that Trump called to reinvade Afghanistan, vowed to help Ukraine defeat Russia, and is currently pushing for regime change in Venezuela. Well, that's a little interesting. So you said this accurately criticizing Trump, and now all of a sudden you were rah for the regime change attempt within specifically Venezuela? Because we've seen the tweet. He has praised Trump for the very quick, bloodyless, about 100 people died, and clean grab that the Trump administration did of Nicolas Maduro. 100 people died, Nick Fuentes, but they're all stinky brown Venezuelans, so you're okay with seemingly their deaths, as expected from this complete charlatan fucking freak. Fuentes also in 2019, I think that an intervention in Venezuela is well within our interests. The Western Hemisphere belongs to America. Most consistent man in the game. What do you mean? I'm sensing an inconsistency here. Consistency? Well, that's a little interesting. He had a problem with regime change in Venezuela, but he said that he's okay with regime change in Venezuela now? That's a little interesting. And him also talking about the Monroe Doctrine as well, or the Donroe Doctrine, you know? I don't think this is consistency in the way that you think it is, Nick. That's not what this means. If you were consistent in your positions, then you wouldn't have fucking tweeted this. Again, the only reason why Nick Fuentes says anything specifically is for one reason only. He's looking to build up some form of a political brand to basically go ahead with the fact that he wants some like idiot, dumb fuck, conspiratorial, anti-Semitic, populist right-wing uprising from the rotting corpse that is MAGA. And the funniest thing about this is he really does not like his own fans. Like, we've talked about this before, but the inconsistency of the fascist is something that should always be significantly examined and looked into. They are inconsistent about basically everything, and they don't believe in much of anything. Again, this is also the same dude that has said that there should not be a literacy test to go ahead and vote, because one of his like dipshit Groypers donated for that specifically, to ask about that specifically, and he said no, that's a terrible idea, and it would basically ensure that there would be a Democratic landslide, because he knows that his audience are a bunch of dipshits. And there's always been a sort of general sense that he fucking hates his audience, which I think is pretty understandable for someone like Nick Fuentes to probably really fucking hate his audience, because think about it for literally 3 seconds. If I had an audience of a collection of pedophiles, and generally like miserable, ostensible fucking weirdos, I too would also not be a fan of that in particular. We all know that Nick Fuentes is absolutely a super far in the closet homosexual, and would prefer to do literally anything possible to not interact with any of his fans, and just like, I don't know, move to like West Hollywood or some shit, or whatever gay part of New York, and just, I don't know, fuck men in the ass, or get fucked in the ass by men. Like, that's literally it. We know he hates women. He fucking hates women. He said that dating is gay, for fuck's sake. That dating women is gay. And we all remember the stream that he did with Catboy Kami, a Catboy Nazi, who has videos of himself with bad dragon dildos up his own asshole, with like all the fake cum and all that bullshit. We know that he constantly looked lovingly and staring consistently in his eyes. Bro is just a very in the closet homosexual fucking man. Many such cases with a lot of these fucking Nazis. But a Kyle Kalinske video. Now, Kyle Kalinske has a lot more of these sort of clips and screenshots that I wanted to also take a look at for all of this, that I was like way too lazy to find myself. But Kyle Kalinske did that. So, you know what? Take it away, Kyle. I believe in you.
We gotta talk about this. So the other day, in fact, hold on, I'll give you the exact time frame. So 2 months ago, So 2 months ago, Nick Fuentes, he had did a segment on his show where he very clearly and very openly came out in favor of regime change in Venezuela. And I remember watching that segment and sort of being in awe, sort of being in shock. I'm like, why isn't this bigger? Because this guy's having like a real moment in the sun online. It appears like he's everywhere. You have a bunch of fucking freaks going, he's on a generational run, saying goofy shit like that. And I remember watching this going, like, what is something wrong with me? Like, here he is saying, like, no, I am actually pro-war and I like war with Venezuela and I think that is awesome, actually. And like, nobody talked about it. So I did a segment on it again about 2 months ago. My title was Nick Fuentes goes full warmonger into Range Ram. And if I'm not mistaken, even after this segment, he went on to repeat it like 2 or 3 more times. And so I remember watching this going, like, what the fuck, man? Like, I'm losing my mind here. Everybody's saying how he's like the principal voice on the right, and he's the actual anti-war voice, and he better represents America first. He represents MAGA better than MAGA does. And then here he is going.
Even though that's not the case whatsoever, here is him coming out explicitly against regime change in Venezuela. Now, I would like to sort of see what the sort of like pretzels, these like dumbasses who have to tie themselves up in order to be able to justify this sort of position. Because again, this is not a principled anti-war position. Nick Fuentes is just a grifter. He doesn't believe in much of anything at all because, again, as Jean-Paul Sartre once said, the anti-Semite gets to play with words. They know that they are being bad faith with their interlocutor, and they continue to engage in that bad faith, knowing that they are... I'm kind of butchering the quote here. Knowing that they get to play with words and inherently in bad faith, because they fundamentally understand that the person who's still constantly trying to engage with them in good faith, while they are obviously engaging in bad faith, they know that they can get away with that very, very easily because of, I don't know, sort of like, not like abusing, but being able to just be as bad faith as possible with the current interlocutor that they are engaging with. Which is why Sartre basically said, like, you should never engage with Nazis honestly. You should always just make fun of them and call them a bunch of smelly, stinky little fucking freaks, because that's exactly what they are. Again, what's going on? So you're for the Monroe Doctrine. You've talked about how it was a good thing that regime change was done by Donald Trump, but here are you saying in 2025, when you were putting up pushback against the Trump administration, saying that you're actually not for regime change. What happened to no new wars? Well, that's a little interesting. There's an inconsistency here. Because again, he's looking to separate himself from Donald Trump and the sort of MAGA movement to build his own political project. That is the point. And it's going to be populist, very stupid, and very anti-fucking Semitic. That's the point. He's just looking to grift more on the right. And he's now doing going back to a neoconservative pivot again. For what purpose exactly? Because his positions are probably very, very unpopular, and he understands, maybe I may need to sort of moderate myself, because a lot more Republicans are going sort of moderate, and I may need to moderate some of my language to certain extents in order to be able to try to gain more political power. But here's the thing with that may potentially throw a wrench in all of that. He recently fucking defended Jeffrey Epstein. Nick Fuentes says Epstein was cool as fuck, and that he has accepted his role as a villain and doesn't care about being canceled. Jeffrey Epstein was cool as fuck. Now, obviously we all know Groypers are all pedophiles. Nick Fuentes has talked himself about how he's wanted a 14-year-old trad wife. Again, these people are all pedophiles, or wannabe fucking pedophiles. Genuinely fucking insane, obviously. I don't know why he's saying this. This is, broadly speaking, not a popular position amongst conservatives. But then again, as Jean-Paul Sartre said himself, let me grab the quote really quick. Anti-Semites. Here. The quote. Let me move my dumbass out of the way real quick. The anti-Semite have the right to play.
They even like to play with discourse, for, by giving ridiculous reasons, they discredit the seriousness of their interlocutors. They delight in acting in bad faith, since they seek not to persuade by sound argument, but to intimidate and disconcert. Essentially, what this is saying here is that you can never treat people like Nick Fuentes as an honest actor, and in fact, you should never debate someone like Nick Fuentes or Groypers, because they could give less of a flying fuck about engaging in good faith, because they seek to just make fun of this people to be the sort of seriousness of their interlocutors. They never seek to engage in good faith whatsoever. There is no point in engaging with any of these people. I had a Groyper come into my chat as well and just say a bunch of stupid shit. You know what I did with him? I called him a fucking loser, made fun of him, and called him a little Nazi, little fucking weirdo freak, and then banned his ass. That's how you treat these people. You can't treat them honestly. They want to be treated honestly. Because, again, they understand that liberal media, if there's a big buzz about a particular segment, particular piece of discourse, will pick it up and pretend to treat it seriously. That's how it works within these sort of quote-unquote centrist sort of political media that currently exists in the United States. Very often, a lot of things which should not be debate, not up for fucking discussion, are very often up for discussion within political circles in the United States of America. Trans rights, queer rights, global warming. There are still debates going on all these topics when the science and the data and the statistics have been made clear. But again, the fascists and the anti-Semites still want to make a debate out of all of it, because they don't want to see any of that shit be implemented, because they are just against it. So they pretend to treat their sort of positions honestly and seriously, and since they are an incredibly loud, annoying minority with a lot of money behind them pushing these positions, they're positions that are allowed to grab hold and take hold within the broader sort of Republican constituencies, and stupid corporate centrist media now has to fucking take that shit seriously and still pretend to discuss it as a actual, real, serious topic, when in reality, it's not. They are just doing this because they want to basically have people fall in line with their positions, which are nonsensical, and because they want to dissuade people from improving the general material conditions of people on the ground. That is literally it. You cannot treat anything that these people say seriously. You present the argument saying, like, you're wrong because of these reasons, and you are stupid for fucking thinking like this. The science has been made clear on stuff like global warming and trans rights and a bunch of other bullshit. You are not a serious individual. You are silly and stupid, looking to push a particular political agenda.
Going, hooray, war. So anyway, that was weird, right? Well, guess what? These moments are sort of popping back up because Trump, of course, as you all know, he followed through. He did an illegal regime change war where he abducted and kidnapped the president of a sovereign country, right? And, the point a lot of people are making, thankfully, like regular people are making this point, is like, wait a second, is this really the world we want to live in? That any president of any country could kidnap, abduct a leader from another country, drag them to their country, and muck up some bullshit charges? So can China arrest Trump or J.D. Vance and drag them to China and, muck up some charges? Like, this is a lawless world that we're talking about here, where there's no more Geneva Conventions, there's no more Nuremberg Tribunal, there's no more international law. Like, this is just law of the jungle, might makes right. And right now, these people might feel more comfortable because we happen to be one of the...
Well, again, Nick Fuentes, because he's a Nazi, actually does like the lawlessness and law of the jungle sort of thing, might makes right stuff, because that's the idea, because all of his loser idiots think that the Ubermensch, so they're just going to inherently win in this fight because they think of themselves as the racially pure, perfect fucking stock who could win in a fight like that, when anything else could be further from the truth.
Countries of the world, the strongest countries, we have the biggest military, right? But history fucking changes all the time. There's going to come a time where we're not the biggest economy, the biggest military, and all that stuff, right? So I don't know, maybe let's not go down this road, because it's going to come back to bite us in the ass, as it does always throughout history. Well, anyway, this is the sort of shit that Nick was saying. Listen.
You don't get our oil. Says fucking who? We will come in and we will kill all of you. Our military will come in and wipe out your regime and we will take your oil.
So yeah, when I hear that, I hear George W. Bush, I hear Dick Cheney, I hear Trump, I hear fucking he whose name shall not be mentioned because Nick salivates over this person, but like he was saying shit like that, and it's like, what? Excuse you? All right, well then, so when Trump does the deed and overthrows Maduro, okay, when Trump does that, what happens? Fuentes is out there posting American flags. USA, USA, hell yeah, fuck around, find out, bitch. That's what he's saying, right? Then Trump gives a press conference, and Trump at the press conference basically he's like, we did it. We got Maduro. Now we're gonna take the oil. We're gonna take the oil. The other thing is we're gonna run Venezuela. We're gonna run Venezuela. So he comes out and says we're gonna run it. Which look.
Yeah, and broadly speaking, now that we have hindsight now, the oil companies themselves have said that they basically want nothing to do with this. Trump intended the oil companies to go in and invest about $100 billion to rebuild Venezuela's infrastructure and to basically start extracting oil and pushing it out to the market. First off, stupid for several reasons. Venezuela has very old infrastructure that's going to be difficult to replace. The time needed in order to be able to replace that, and the investment needed also to be to replace that, is going to take a lot of time and a lot of money. Something that all of the executives at this point, when Trump had that oil executive meeting, have stipulated, like, it's just not worth it for us. The Exxon CEO, which is one of the United States' largest oil extraction companies, have said this. It's just like, it's just not worth it for us. So yeah, we want absolutely fucking nothing for this. Not to mention all the PR stuff. The optics of the situation would also make Exxon look really, really bad. So they're just like, no, we did all this bullshit in Iraq. We did all this bullshit already before. We don't want any of this smoke. We're not going to fucking deal with this. We're already probably a dying industry, so we're just going to try to look to turtle up and survive for as long as we can. Because that's like the only reason why Trump is doing this. He's looking to just prop up a dying industry. Another reason, American production of oil is like the top of the world because of all the technology discovered through fracking. American oil extraction and production is at peak in terms of the world. And I know that Trump is not very economically literate, but there's a funny little 3-word saying in economics. It's called supply and demand. I don't know if Trump knows this. I mean, he bankrupted his trust fund. He also has bankrupted 6 different businesses, so he may not understand this in particular, but if you provide too much supply of something, Trump, the demand of it will go down, and therefore the price of it also goes down. Shocker, I know.
Look, are you surprised? I'm not surprised. This motherfucker said we're gonna run Gaza too. We're gonna build casinos and hotels and big golden statues to Trump. We're gonna run Gaza. And he's making that happen too, by the way. He's allowing Israel to finish the genocide, the ethnic cleansing, and fucking run Gaza. Okay, he spent $40 billion in Argentina. He's now threatening Cuba and Colombia and fucking Panama and Greenland. He's doing all that, right? And so Fuentes sees the press conference with Trump saying that we're gonna run Venezuela, and all of a sudden he goes, I don't know about all that, bro. I mean, that might be a little bit too far. Oh, okay. So illegal wars, regime change, that's fine. But, oh, God, actually staying there and running the country, like, oh, come on, bro. That's obviously what you do is the illegal war and the regime change. Then you steal their shit and you get out. And then you have nothing to do with the country. You take their shit, you run away, and then you're good. I like the moral distinctions of a Groyper. Like,
it just doesn't work like that. This is like video game peasant brain thinking. Like, unironically, this is how, like, medieval barons used to think. Like, this is just not how that works. You can't just go in there and steal a bunch of oil, and that's that. There's no, like, raids like that are just not a fucking thing anymore, where you... Because that's... Okay, I think that's what it honestly is. He's thinking as if this is, like, back during the 1500s, and raids for cattle and, like, plunder and sort of slaves are meant to sort of basically go into a village, steal a bunch of people, blah, 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 and just get a bunch of booty, and that's that. It's like, that's not how that works, right? That's not how it works. Cargo cult fascism, a YouTuber that I watch calls it... post that in the Discord. I'm curious about that because I wonder if that has some kind of messaging also with Death Stranding, right? In Death Stranding, one of the antagonists throughout the world basically are a cult that fetishize the cargo that the I don't remember what the name of the couriers or the people that deliver cargo to the differing little settlements in the, I don't know, the time bomb blown out hellscape that is currently the United States within Death Stranding, and where you're trying to essentially rebuild the interstate system more or less, as like a community, shit like that. Death Stranding, right? I wonder if it's pulling from that specifically, the cargo cult fascism sort of bit, because I'm seeing the parallels here. I'm seeing the parallels.
Regime change in the illegal war, good. taking their shit, good, but taking their shit and staying there to administer everything, bad. Okay, so then he says, initially it seemed like a solid operation to cleanly, bloodlessly, and quickly remove Maduro from power last night. As he says this, I see the mission accomplished banner behind George W. Bush's head, by the way. But this new policy of running Venezuela with U.S. soldiers sounds like a massive overcommitment. I have zero confidence in nation building. Big mistake. So, of course, his own people start to turn on him, and they start to turn on him pretty aggressively. So I quote tweeted.
Yeah, again, like, the reason why he's doing that is he just basically wants the, I don't know, like a Mongol sort of warlord, go into a village, rape, pillage, and plunder a bunch of, well, money, booty, cargo, whatever, resources for the sort of main sort of body, the main empire that's currently at home or some shit. Like, unironically, because again, he thinks like, because he wants to have like a return to medieval times, but then again, he's not consistent in any of this stuff because again, he's a fascist. They're never consistent on much of anything whatsoever. So, duh. It's fucking it's silly. It's ridiculous.
Him and I had him saying this. Watch.
I actually probably favor regime change in Venezuela.
Oh, okay.
To be honest, I think that is a perfectly legitimate strategic goal of the United States. You know, we talk all the time about Israel and the war over there, and those are wars that don't benefit the United States. I actually think it would be beneficial if we had a pro-American regime in Venezuela.
Also, by the way, Nick, Venezuelans are all fucking Catholics. It should pretty much tell you everything you need to know about this fucking Catholic, quote unquote, that he just wants to depose the leader of another Catholic fucking nation and just replace them with a Protestant one instead. Silly, stupid, I don't know. It's just nonsensical to me.
Probably would be good for us because of the resources they have.
But not like that. No, not like that. Don't do it like that. Oh my god. No,
It's
Nick, it wouldn't be beneficial
inconsistency.
for you if there's a pro-America regime in Venezuela. It's good for ExxonMobil and Chevron and Citgo and BP. It's good for the Epstein class, the billionaires. It's good for fucking corporate profits. It's good for Wall Street douchebags. That's what it's good for. The same people that are oppressing us here at home, they're the same people who will make out like bandits when they oppress the people of Venezuela and steal their natural resources right in front of their faces. We're gonna take your oil.
Yeah, not that I disagree with what Cal is saying here. He is correct in the, you know, broader left-leaning populist rhetoric that he's saying out here. Groypers, take note. This is what actual consistency looks like. It wouldn't even be beneficial for them. They have all said, like, yeah, dog, we want fucking nothing to do with this shit. Absolutely the fuck not. We already produce way too much fucking oil. We can't push this all out to market. Replacing all the sort of equipment necessary within Venezuela is going to take us way too long. It's just not going to be worth it for us. Like, fuck that.
Oil, we're gonna take your mineral wealth, we're gonna take your precious metals, we'll take all your natural resources. Like, I don't, it's crazy to me to think like this is insane to me because he is smart enough to know that this actually doesn't in any way, shape, or form help us, help regular people. It doesn't. It helps the oil companies and the fucking billionaires. And everybody seems to get that except him. So again, regime change is okay, stealing their shit is okay.
Well, he's just a grifter, right? Like, just a grifter. It should not be treated seriously.
But administering it, come on, that goes too far. What are we talking about? So like I said, bro, his own people are fucking furious with him. But let's start with this one. Total Groyper collapse is underway. Nick Fuentes' own fans realize he is a Zionist and a neocon. Nick is getting ratioed on his own Telegram. So here's what Nick posted. Times like these really show you how stark the differences are between a reactionary America First nationalist movement and these left-wing anti-American turd worldists. Turd worldists. By the way, the reason he's so butthurt over this is because it was a lot of liberals and lefties that were mocking him for doing, like, cheering on the yay regime change, yay illegal wars, and then the second Trump's like, we're gonna run Venezuela, he fucking U-turns out that bitch in an instant. I didn't mean like this, bro. So everybody left and liberal was making fun of him, and so now he feels like burned by us, and so he's like, oh yeah, well you're turd worldists. Oh, you got us, bro. He continues.
I mean, bro, yeah, because you're being inconsistent. That's why people are making fun of you. You're inconsistent, bro. Like, but apparently all these dumbasses think he's been consistent for this for the longest time ever. I don't know, like, have your, like, weirdo little orbiters fucking huff that copium for you, buddy, because you're not consistent on this whatsoever.
There was a moment when there was some apparent overlap, but now you see what's really going on. Many of these people don't even live in America, what? And are basically anti-colonialists. How dare it? We're anti-colonialism. Next thing you know, we'll also be anti-imperialism. How disgusting. Can you imagine being actually anti-war? So gross. America haters, we're America haters who do not want our country to succeed and actually want us to get in line. So if you're against another illegal and offensive war against a country that didn't attack...
By the way, this is what all these, like, dumbass fucking neocons say consistently. Consistently. By the way, they always say this, like, stupid fuck shit all the time about talking about how dare the left be against our imperialistic ambitions and anti-colonialist and being against our sort of ambitions. We just want to go to war and take and plunder resources for the behest of the military-industrial complex. Yeah, it's just like, okay, dude, nice fucking goddamn meme. I think they are probably referencing a cult in Polynesia where after World War II they set up a religion based around trying to get cargo planes to land. That's really weird. Air traffic control towers, landing strips, and hoping that they would please a deity to bring cargo. Cargo called fascism in this context means doing the trappings of fascism, hoping that fascism manifesting itself, like invading Venezuela, hoping that regimes just change themselves. I like if you can like post that video in the Discord, Alex. I would be interested in taking a look into that.
Us and jacking natural resources for the Epstein class. You apparently don't want our country to succeed, according to Nick. I don't like that a Jewish oligarchy has taken control of America.
I mean, you know, Kyle, as you're talking about the Epstein class, but like hindsight, obviously, this was made like about a month ago or some shit, right? No, this was made about like 2 weeks ago. Bro's apparently saying that fucking Epstein's cool as fuck now, which, I mean, it makes sense why dumbasses like this would think Epstein is cool as fuck, because Epstein raped kids and he wants to rape kids.
And use America to fight its wars. But that is because I like America and want America to be powerful and independent. Not because I am a hippie who thinks that America is the great Satan. And if we would just get out of the way, the UN could outlaw war. So I want you to notice something here. 2.6 thousand downvotes. Only 1.9 thousand hearts. He's getting ratioed on his own fucking telegram. Because his own people are going, wait, when you used to talk about being anti-war, I actually meant that. I believe that. I actually don't want us to do stupid, illegal, offensive wars. By the way, nobody talks about, like, what does it actually mean to go to war? What does that actually mean? In order to do that, you need to have a standard. You need to have a criteria. You need to have principles around that, right? And so I've always said, the only time I'm okay with war is to defend against imminent attack. It's literally the most, like, standard, run-of-the-mill, common sense, logical approach to this stuff.
Damn, I wonder why most liberals and I guess most lefties are okay with sending a bunch of weapons to the Ukrainians. Because they're trying to defend their own territory from invasion by the Russians. An invasion that he's okay with. Doing these sort of like Mearsheimer IR politique and foreign sort of policy there specifically. Because, again, he's a fascist and he's inconsistent about everything. By the way, John Mearsheimer has also been inconsistent in terms of his beliefs in that as well. Because it turns out John Mearsheimer now gets paid by the fucking Russians. Who would have thought?
So, I'm only okay with war if it's to defend against imminent attack, or there's promise of attack. Like World War II, I would have done World War II. Why? They were fucking coming after us, right? What are these people, like these so-called anti-interventionist people on the right? What is actually your fucking standard? Because clearly you don't agree with us. You don't agree with... And by the way, they say we're isolationists. That's fucking bullshit. That's a smear word. Everybody knows it. Anti-interventionist or non-interventionist is what we are. Doesn't mean I'm literally a pacifist and against all war, period, in all circumstances. I just told you, I'm okay with defensive wars. This is not fucking defensive. So that's my standard. What's your fucking standard? And clearly Nick is fucking all over the place. People pulled up things that Nick said relatively recently where it's like, you should always side against the U.S. State Department. If you're ever agreeing with the State Department, you're a fucking, like, lackey for the regime. And then here he is, fucking loving the State Department line, right? Loving the neocon line, loving the Zionist line. Yes, fucking absolutely Netanyahu loves this war. He wants the U.S. to get all the Venezuelan oil so that we would be protected from a supply shock if Iran shuts down the Strait of Hormuz and blocks Middle Eastern oil from getting to us if there's a bigger war in Iran. So in order for him to get his regime change, which in Iran, the U.S. we need to take Venezuela's oil so that we are protected from a supply shock when Iran cuts off the Strait of Hormuz. He knows this. Nick knows this. But he's...
That's not false, though, right? That is another reason why. Because Benjamin Netanyahu was talking about, like, this is a great thing because, you know, the IRGC was operating within Venezuela, blah, blah, blah. You know, he said all the, like, schizo neocon sort of bullshit. But no, it's because he wants the United States, as well as himself, to do also regime change within Iran, in reality.
Still, of course, supports the illegal regime change in Iran, just not running it afterwards. How moral of him. All right, more. I watched an interview with the Jew Jeffrey Sachs recently, Jesus Christ, who is glazed by Napolitano, who's a libertarian, and Tucker constantly. The guy is a literally shaking liberal chudjack, I think that's supposed to say, seething about Trump and celebrating how the 500-year cycle of European domination is coming to an end, and how all humanity can thrive without white violence. These are the non-interventionists and libertarians and other elements that we are dealing with. And by the way, they all hate anti-Semites and Nazis and white nationalists. This is him going, please, audience, forgive me for being pro-Venezuela war. These other guys who are making better points on this, they actually hate Nazis, so they're not cool. Oh my God, this is embarrassing. So again, 2.1 thousand dislikes, 1.7k likes. So his own people are not fucking buying what he's selling right now. They're not. They're just not. I'll give you another example. This guy, Liger, says, I think this guy, you know, these are like actual other anti-Semites and white nationalists. I think a lot of these guys are. Hey, Nick Fuentes, I'm one of the guys who's been going...
Yeah, this is actually true. I'm glad that Kyle Klinsky's pointing out that this guy is also an anti-Semite and white nationalist. Eddie Liger Smith is one of these ACP fucking weirdos who are just nothing but fascists. The actual sort of ideological endpoint of Marxism-Leninism are like your Jackson Hinkle types, Haas, all these like ACP fucking weirdos who pretend under the guise of Marxism to be sort of anti-interventionist and anti-war, blah, 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 blah. But in reality, it's all just the exact same, like, idiot campus sort of bullshit. And they always talk about how they're okay with Russian imperialism, Chinese imperialism. They're not actually on the left. They are just fascists with a differing coat of paint.
going viral calling America the Great Satan recently. I noticed you said we're all hippie foreigners who want to destroy America, but I'm a red-blooded Midwestern patriot who's whiter than you. When I say the Great Satan, I'm talking about the U.S. government and the owning class.
Oh, also, yeah, they're also very anti-Semitic and racist. That's where they have a lot of overlap with fascists.
That these people are a bunch of Jewish oligarchs, but then you turn around and promote their agenda in practice, i.e. the invasion of Venezuela to install a Zionist dictator. Every day, more and more of your own fans are seeing that I stand on business while you go wherever the wind blows. The more time passes, the more your grift will be exposed. Hit me up if you're not too terrified to debate these issues. I'm down anytime, anywhere. It's messages like this that I'm seeing everywhere. And look,
I mean, again, Eddie Liger Smith also is just a grifter and will go with wherever the wind is going. He also does not really believe in much of anything because I think all these ACP fucking weirdos are also just grifters.
The point is very simple. Nick Fuentes would always use similar arguments when talking about other wars. He would always say, like, what are we doing? Why are we wasting blood? Why are we wasting treasure over there? Why are we bogged down overseas? Don't we have problems here at home? Isn't inflation going up? Isn't unemployment going up? Isn't healthcare way too fucking expensive? Aren't people struggling here to pay the bills? Right? And so we got all that going on, and we're sending $40 billion to Argentina, and we're fucking bombing shit in the Middle East. For what? What's the point? I thought America first actually meant America first. Call me crazy. Right? That's what people are saying. Like, dude, all the arguments you made against wars in the Middle East, like, they also apply to doing war in fucking Venezuela. Like, that's also bad. And he goes, but it's in our hemisphere, so it's different. Really? That's the best you can do? It's in our hemisphere?
Well, it's because these people do unironically believe in the Monroe Doctrine. Like, unironically. It's again, it's LARP shit, right? Pax Americana. Like, that's what it is. It's Roman Imperator sort of nonsense, but with, like, an American coat of paint, right? That's the point. These people, again, like I've said before, the fascist is just a liar. They will just say a bunch of random bullshit that they believe is inherently consistent with their ideology. But we all know what Nick Fuentes is trying to do. He's trying to carve out a sort of political movement for himself, some kind of a niche, some kind of a way to go forward when, again, MAGA inevitably dies off because of the current rotting carcass, because of the current figurehead, that being Donald Trump. Well, he's about to die off because he's really fucking old.
So all those times Trump railed against the war in Iraq, it was stupid. That was a beauty right there. What he really meant to say was that war was stupid, but only because it's not in our hemisphere. If it was in our hemisphere, then it would have been great. It would have been awesome. It would have been worth it to lose thousands of soldiers' lives and kill hundreds of thousands of innocent civilians over there. And it would have been worth it to waste $7 trillion as long as it was in our hemisphere. No, that's a fucking bullshit reason. And also, by the way, our hemisphere. This is like when they say, this is our backyard. No, bitch, it's not our backyard. It's your neighbor's house. That's what it is. That's not your backyard. That's your neighbor's house. You're stealing your neighbor's house and you're saying to your neighbor, this is technically my backyard. No, it's not, fucking asshole. No, it's not. Oh, you want to get some of the mineral wealth and the precious metals and the...
By the way, that's the exact same thing that all the Zionists that these motherfuckers apparently hate so much do within the West Bank of fucking Palestine. We all know the famous video of that one dude who decided to, like, wander in to a home of Palestinians saying, like, no, this is actually my house. What the fuck are you guys doing here? Get out. And they're just like, what the hell is this? Like, the Palestinians understandably being incredibly fucking confused, saying, like, why are you here? This is our house. We've always lived in this house. We've lived in this house for generations. Why the hell are you here? Get out of our house. Don't fucking squat. And he's just like, no, this is actually my house. The state of Israel said it is. Exact same fucking logic.
Oil from Venezuela, fucking make a deal with them like any sane, reasonable person. I guarantee you, there's a reasonable price where they'd be willing to sell it and they'd be happy to get it. But no, we have to fucking steal it and jack it and loot and pillage because the fucking Epstein class, the billionaire class, are complete dead-eyed psychopaths who are part of a billionaire, fredophile, rapist cabal. Like, literally, and they run everything. Finally,
Sure.
he posted this. So this, for those of you who don't know, this right here is called the Technate of America. It's the technocracy movement is what it is, okay? You know what that is? This was in the 1930s, I believe. And actually, Elon Musk's grandfather was a big part of this. And the Technate of America is this idea, like, democracy is dead, democracy...
Also, yeah, by the way, deport all the Mexicans, deport all the Venezuelans, but take over all their territory where they're living in there. Like, I thought you wanted to fucking have a deportation regime. You wanted to remigrate all these people. Now you want to fucking take over their territory or something? Like, it makes no fucking sense. It doesn't make any sense because it's not supposed to make any sense inherently because the fascists are just stupid. They just want to play with fucking words. It's like literally all that it is.
Is outdated. Democracy is not going to get us where we need to go. Let's scrap democracy and let's usher in basically a system where we have corporate CEO fiefdoms around the country. They believe big...
Same shit that Curtis Yarvin is pushing. If I were to understand, this is probably where he got the idea that America needs to just be run by a CEO instead, right? Unironic, just monarchist fucking bullshit. It's like, it's the Looney Tunes libertarian sort of bullshit where it's just like, well, if we have a dispute, my lawyers are going to get with your lawyers and they're going to work it out in court. It's like, well, that's not how exactly that works, to be quite honest, because it's just like, well, then what if our lawyers don't want to make like those sort of arguments. Would they have to get their own lawyers then or something? And then would they have to get their own lawyers? It's just stupid. It's nonsensical. It doesn't work because it's just a stupid system. But then again, these people are unironic, like medieval-brained fucking peasants. They believe in wanting to have some restoration of what they saw as like the better times during the, I don't know, like Carolingian Empire or some shit, and want some kind of like restoration of I don't know, like Charlemagne the Great or some shit. Because this is unironically how he's thinking. He wants like a Charlemagne the Great sort of figure to go around and conquer the entirety of the Western fucking hemisphere for America or some shit.
Big time in technology and science, which by the way, who does that sound like? Fucking Peter Thiel. All these transhumanist freaks who want to make people cyborgs, and they don't believe in, humanity continuing, and they want AI to take everybody's job, and they want your consciousness to be fucking downloaded into a computer, and they want you to be a fucking slave peasant to them, and they think they have the divine right of kings to rule. So that's what they want. These little corporate fiefdoms, where Peter Thiel can be your emperor in this area, fucking Elon Musk can be your emperor in that area, and it includes territorial expansion, where you have, Greenland, for example, becomes part of the US. Gee, who has Trump been threatening lately? Cuba becomes part of the US. Gee, who has been Trump threatening lately? Venezuela becomes part of the US. Gee, who has Mexico becomes part of the US. Gee, who has Trump been threatening lately? All these, you see what Trump is doing? He's listening to his AI tech oligarch owners, and they want him to create the Tech of America, create technocracy, turn the keys over to them, where they actually run shit, they actually control shit. You're a slave peasant with no rights, blackmailed and surveilled by these CEO assholes, and we no longer live in a democracy. And they expand to all of these areas around us, right? And that's what this map represents. And here's Nick Fuentes posting this in support of it, saying, no, I actually like this idea. So Mr. Anti-War, apparently he was only anti-war for just a couple of the little ones from before. But
it's surprise. I thought, by the way, fucking Nick Fuentes would have hated these like weird tech CEO oligarchs or something. What happened? That they were all controlled by quote unquote like Jewish interests or whatever the fuck. What happened? We're being very, very consistent here, Nick Fuentes, in terms of our ideology. Again, because we're bringing up the fucking quote by Jean-Paul Sartre. The anti-Semites have the right to play. They even like to play with discourse, for by giving ridiculous reasons, they discredit the seriousness of their interlocutors. They delight in acting in bad faith, since they seek not to persuade by sound argument, but to intimidate and disconcert. That's the entirety of the point of this. These people are not inherently fucking honest actors. Period. End of story. They do not care about being honest actors, because the entirety of the point of this is that they think that they are morally superior by their own sort of blood or whatever the fuck bullshit you can come up with. They think that they're just inherently superior because they just think that they're better because they are of a better genetic stock in their mind. I've seen what Groypers look like. Not the fucking case. All these people are like ugly, smelly looking fucking weirdos.
But the ones we're doing now, by the way, this is what it means to be a conservative. Notice, this always happens. Whenever it's the previous war, I'm against that was immoral, that was unethical. Whenever it's the current war, it's like, yippee skippy, I love war, yay! It always happens like that. Being a leftist is being correct too early.
It's, by the way, same thing with fucking liberals here. But then again, distinction without a difference, but yeah, distinction without a fucking difference. Like, dude, it's so fucking cooked, bro. And yeah, Kyle Kulinski is correct here again, saying that lefties were always right, but they were right too early. Yet again.
And everybody hated you for it. That's what it is. We're always correct too quickly, and everybody hates us for it, right?
Yep.
Eventually, it becomes the dumb position. The war in Iraq, everybody, oh, of course that was stupid. Well, you can say the same shit about fucking Venezuela in 10 years or 20 years, whatever the fuck it is. Of course. But now, in the moment, look who fucking falls in line. Look who falls in line. And so you're not anti-war. You're just not. Like, you might, when you're branding yourself to become mass appeal, you might say that. Isn't it interesting? In order for right-wingers to get big audiences, they have to try to jack our issues, the lefty issues. They know we actually have popular issues, so they jack those. But then, when it's not convenient, they just fucking toss it aside. And now he's all on board with the, billionaire, pedophile, rapist cabal taking over vast swaths of territory and stealing all the natural resources and subjugating all the people.
I mean, consistently speaking, that's what fascists have always done. Nazis have done this as well, right? Like, taking issues that the left believes in, such as union rights, workers' rights, blah, 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 adopting it for themselves, then once they get into power, dropping it, right? Even in the Jubilee debate with Mehdi Hassan, that Pine Sap individual made it rather fucking clear. It's like, yeah, we want to use free speech to get into power and then take away free speech rights. Really? Like, you thought that we were going to keep that shit in place? Absolutely the fuck not. We don't want you people to be able to speak on anything whatsoever.
People, including you and me, by the way, including you and me. So he posed the Tech of America, right? Look at his response. Step 1, deport Mexicans to Mexico. Step 2, annex Mexico and make all Mexican citizens of New America. Like, at this point, he hasn't even thought any of this shit through. He's just trolling. And now the fact that his audience is shitting on him is making him double down and triple down and fortify himself further. It actually is very reminiscent to what's happening with Alex Jones right now, too. Where Alex Jones is warring with his own audience, meat-riding Trump into oblivion, just meat-riding Trump raw, dog. Just unbelievable. Alex Jones is defending Peter Thiel, defending Donald Trump, supporting regime change in Venezuela, supporting the oil company stealing all the wealth from Venezuela. So Alex is warring with his audience and also going after Candace Owens. Nick is now warring with his audience. The right is ripping themselves to shreds. And as I always say, you guys, you love to see it. And this is what happens when your leader is a sundowning, dementia-laden, fucking early Alzheimer's having, Fredophile rapist who's protecting the Epstein class at all costs. He's got a 35% approval.
Well, Kyle's not exactly incorrect here, but it's the Ouroboros of fascism. Because of how nonsensical and ridiculous their position is, because it's not honest, and they're just saying these things because they just want to get into power, it inevitably is going to be a snake eating its own fucking tail. Again, the Ouroboros, where they are always going to descend into infighting with one another because the position, fundamentally speaking, has a fraught and fraying foundation. It's just nonsensical to begin with. To try to justify it is just ridiculous. And it's just like, what the fuck are you doing? What are you talking about? This is just silly. It's ridiculous. Like, what are you saying? Like, this is unsustainable. Like, what the fuck are you... Like, what do you mean? It's unsustainable. It's inconsistent from the beginning. So when they take power to try to implement it, they see like, oh, actually, it turns out doing this might be a lot harder than we thought. And it always descends into inherent infighting with people saying like, oh, well, I blame you for not doing this properly. Well, I blame you for not doing this or not believing in this, yada, yada, yada. It always descends into inherent infighting. Again, the same thing with like the Nazis in terms of like their pursuit for racial fucking purity. Because eventually, they're just going to start going after people, subsets of people within their own race. Looks like you got fucking brown hair. That the tone of your green eyes, don't really like that. Kills all those people specifically. With like brown hair and fucking green eyes, for example. This specific shade of blonde and blue, don't really like that. Get rid of that as well. Again, it's inherently inconsistent. What is this? That's true. I've seen these fucking posts before. They are genuinely fucking insane.
Rating. He's failing on literally every front. The most corrupt president we've ever seen by far. It's not even close. Hit 18 million people off Medicaid, tripling the price of your healthcare premiums, casually like it's nothing, blocking the ACA, subsidies, all these horrible things, freezing the fucking food stamp money, freezing 94 million pounds of food aid. This was good. People were starving during the holidays. All these fucking things. And now he decides to do this to distract from the Epstein files and try to get a W on the board. But guess what? You did the proper propaganda work, and now people are already against it, even though you succeeded in your mission. So this is what happens when you're at 35%, and everybody starts pointing fingers at everybody else. But it's good to see that his own people are fleeing him 1,000 miles an hour over this. So that's what you get. That's what you get, man. And finally, I want to give you this. This guy, Antunes, I don't know how to say his name here. Antunes, he's one of these big, white nationalist posters. He's a big Fuentes guy. This guy's a big Fuentes guy, okay? So he posted, Fuentes posted little Tech Native America. This guy posting the same thing, effectively. He says, inevitable, and shows the U.S.
Dude, this is the same shit from fucking Code Geass. They just want to build Britannia from fucking Code Geass. Like, unironically. This is what these fucking weirdo freaks want to build. Like... yes, Pax Americana. We're just gonna do whatever the fuck we want because we're America and we're heckin' cool and epic like that. It's stupid. It's nonsensical. Again, like you guys want to remigrate all the fucking immigrants that come from Central and South America, only to take over all their fucking territory. Like, what are you gonna like? Where are you gonna remigrate them then instead? Out of like fucking Britannia or something? Like, again, it's nonsensical. It's stupid. It doesn't make any fucking sense. It's AI generated fucking dog shit as always because these people are just grifters. They don't believe in anything. They just want to fucking vice signal and try to get dunks on the fucking libs. That's like literally it. They believe in absolutely fucking nothing.
Territory, right? Trading the Tech Native America. And somebody quote tweets him and replies with this. This is what he was saying not that long ago. Americans don't want to colonize Canada or Greenland. Trump, meme coins, slave away for Israel, or bomb Venezuela. Americans want mass deportations, clean cities, free speech, Americanism over globalism. It's that simple. So not that long ago.
Oh man, classic. Every single fucking time with these people, they believe in nothing. Again, same fucking thing. They just play with words, give ridiculous reasons to try to discredit the seriousness of their interlocutors in order to be able to just try to intimidate people into their position. That's the point. These people are not serious. You just make fun of them. You call them stupid fucking morons. That's it. You call them ridiculous. You call them weak-chinned fucking loser incels who thought that they peaked in fucking high school and are just mad about the fact that Stacy chose Chad or Tyrone over their fucking goofy-looking head asses. You treat these people like what they are, and that is incredibly fucking unserious.
Ago, it was Americans don't want to colonize Canada or Greenland, and they don't want Trump meme coins, and they don't want to bomb Venezuela. So not that long ago, I'm against war, I'm anti-war. But oh, look at that. Nick Fuentes, who also virtue signaled like he was anti-war, then flipped on it. Now, this guy does the same thing. Another one of these white nationalists who does the same thing. So look, I mean, bottom line is, you can't trust these people, right? I'm just saying, if you happen to actually be anti-war, you cannot trust these right-wingers. You can't. You can't. The only right-wingers you can trust to actually be anti-war are the principled libertarians. But going hand in hand with that is they also support child labor in factories, so still not a good idea to be a libertarian, right? So I'm just warning you, if you're actually anti-war and you are right-wing, the gauntlet is thrown down, bro. These people aren't actually about that life. They're not actually anti-war. They're not actually against the billionaire class. They're not actually trying to improve your life. What fucking plans do they have to improve your life? Oh, mass deportation. Trump is doing them and your lives are getting worse. It's that simple. He's doing them, your lives are getting worse. I saw a bunch of fucking Gestapo criminal thugs. They're literally sexually assaulting a bunch of the people that they're arresting illegally. They're deporting innocent people. They're assaulting grandmas and running over people with cars and tear gassing babies.
People are starving in fucking camps, unironically, but then again, Fuentes is okay with that because he wants people to starve in camps.
He's an assaulting journalist. You're not your life is getting worse. The right-wingers are just wrong. They're not correct. Immigration is the main problem. No, the problem is billionaires. The problem is corruption. The problem is corporate power. That's the problem. We have to defeat them. We have to get money out of politics. We need to do Medicare for all and free college and a living wage. We need to end the wars. We need a Green New Deal. We need a 4-day work week. We need Social Security for everybody. We need unions for everybody so you get higher pay and you get more time off and better benefits. This is what we need. It's not fucking rocket science. It's not rocket science. But the right has no solutions that are real solutions. All they have is blame the gay people, blame the immigrants, blame the trans people, blame the black people. And I'm anti-war, but also just kidding. I'm actually really pro-war. It's a fucking joke. It's a joke. So pick your side. All right, guys. That's the show, y'all. I love y'all very much. You guys know the drill. Everybody, please subscribe to the channel. You can also click that bell icon so you get a
Very, very good. Very cool. But shouldn't be really surprising whatsoever. Oh, a right-winger is lying about literally everything. These people should not be fucking believed. Oh, Nazis are liars about everything. They believe in nothing. They just want to pretend and play with words because that's their whole sort of political shtick. Because they know their positions are inherently ridiculous, but they keep saying them and try and basically not teach any honest or try to basically treat any honest interlocutor as, I don't know, inherently fucking ridiculous with their seriousness, because it is all about coercion with these people. That's it. That's literally the point, because they think that they are the ones that belong on the top of the hierarchy because of their fucking gene stock or whatever the fuck, because they have the proper blood in their minds, despite the fact that they are inevitably going to always start killing themselves within their own movements because they don't think that they're perfectly racially pure enough or something. It's stupid. It's inherently fucking ridiculous. These people believe in nothing. It's just nonsensical. And you should never trust anything that comes out of the mouths of these complete, utter fucking charlatans, because they are all fucking liars and have always consistently been nothing more than a bunch of fucking liars. Never believe anything that comes out of the mouth of these Groyper Nazi fucking freaks. Don't think there's really much else to say besides fuck these weirdo pedophile rapists. I'm gonna do the Young Republican thing. Probably on Monday. Wow, 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 wow. That's what I get for starting late. Daho, you're telling me that Groypers are all liars and are full of shit? No. Crazy. I know. They just want to fuck kids. Crazy. I know. It's ridiculous. Wow. What the fuck are we rating out to today? Ugh. Ligma. Drag this shit over here. Well, here's someone we've not rated into some time. Yeah, Ligmar. Don't say that to the Ford. He'll be upset. Cosmopolitics. It's right into her. Anyway, gamers. Grade messages. You know what to do, you know what to say. Transfer with the Daho raid buff. If you're a sub, if you're a non-sub, you do the WoW with the Daho raid buff. So I would show appreciation to those running in case of gamers. I will be back tomorrow and we'll be doing our El Yaparoni Sesharoni and about something. I'll figure it out. And playing more Factorio. So we should be relatively done with the planet we're on soon. So that's cool. Anyway, gamers, I will be back tomorrow. Same time, same place, same face. Peace out, gamers.